Compensation and Talent Management Committee to order. The first order of business to be called the roll, please.
Rob Fichtner.
Good morning.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Irene Ortega.
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Shonda Wesley.
Excused.
Mr. Chair, all is in attendance with an excuse for Shonda Wesley.
Thank you. Agenda item 2 is the approval of the timed agenda for today's meeting. It's the pleasure of the committee.
Move approval. Second.
Moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 3, executive report. Mr. Hoffner.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. We have several items before you today. They'll be presented by GGA Global Governance Advisors, the board's independent consultant on compensation matters. So start with a presentation to set the foundation for today's discussion, an overview, sort of an educational presentation. We have additional items to follow, and they are seeking your feedback and direction. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the items you might want to see come back in June later this year. Following that presentation, they'll share perspectives and recommendations related to several different executive and investment management positions. That's in agenda item 7A. In the 7B, GGA will provide recommendations as part of their comp review, following up to the February presentation with McLaughlin's data related to total compensation related to various positions within the organization. And finally, they will bring an annual incentive metrics review as part of their annual responsibilities. They'll provide perspective and feedback and share direction and seek clarity regarding certain items within that review. Again, that would be for the start of the fiscal year. So if any additional feedback is necessary, they could provide formal and final recommendations in the June meeting. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, move to agenda item 4, approval of the February 14th meeting minutes. What's the pleasure of the committee? Been moved by Taylor, seconded by Miller. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 5, information consent items. There'll be no request to remove everything. Move to item 6, information agenda item, board education session. Welcome. Microphone, sir. There you go.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you all in person, finally. It's been a long time. Our suits are a little tighter, less familiar with travel, but we made it. And we appreciate your time. As Doug had mentioned, we'd like to start out just kind of setting the stage. This is something that we've been asked to annually provide as part of the committee's education on compensation governance. And so today we're going to talk about some of the trends that we've been seeing recently, particularly through this pandemic situation that has resulted in some significant stress and pressures on compensation and compensation design throughout the North American market. So what we'll talk about is this new phenomenon that we've experienced over the last 2 years, it's been deemed the Great Resignation. Then we're going to talk about the disrupting force of remote work and the influence that that's had on the workforce. Then we're going to talk about impacts on compensation practices, and particularly we'll get into impacts on public pensions specifically at the end. So when we start out, we talk about the pandemic has had a significant impact on compensation, on work environments, on the fluidity of the workforce, and it's led a lot of organizations to really look at how they're recruiting, attracting, and retaining their talent as they try and continue working their way through this pandemic situation. At our last, I don't know if you recall, but our last session when we talked about incentive trends within North America and in the public sector realm, we talked about the needs, understanding the needs of your employees, the needs of your executive team. And we started out with this Maslow's hierarchy of needs and understanding this from a psychological perspective. The same thing holds true today, and actually it's become even more under the limelight right now, because a lot of organizations have looked at the fact that they have not been addressing the needs of their employees, and as a result have experienced some significant levels of attrition. I'm not saying that this is the case here in CalPERS. I'm saying that it's something you need to be aware of. Okay, this is just a trend that we're talking about. Unfortunately, it's not something that you've really had fallen victim of over the last 2 years. When we talk about the Great Resignation, the term itself was first coined by a Texas A&M professor, Anthony Klotz, and he recognized the fact that en masse there's a lot of employees who have just voluntarily resigned as early as 2021. Not necessarily, it was not something that was anticipated. It just started to happen, and as the trend progressed, it started to get exacerbated. Some of the proposed reasons that are out there, and there's a lot of theories around this. We're not saying that any one theory is correct. We're just saying that these are some of the underlying ideas around why we've experienced this phenomenon. First is there's been an increased demand for frontline employees. A lot of organizations have gone through a lot of churn of their frontline employees, both from a health impact standpoint, concern impact standpoint, or even pressures on compensation. Higher wages are one thing that has led to this, especially the front line, because a lot of organizations had to keep moving. They had to keep their businesses going, and so therefore they fell victim to a lot of these pressures. It's less due to government programs, unfortunately, helped to exacerbate this because people saw there as some sort of safety net established underneath them. So they could actually resign from their position and have some sort of social assistance, stronger social assistance than what's normally available, to help get them through on their day-to-day expenses. And so this also helped to exacerbate this because there was a stronger safety net around them. It forced many to start new businesses or to retire early. So we've seen tremendous movement on the entrepreneurial side, people who have just left their jobs and started up their own small business, oftentimes just running it from their own home. And then also there's an opportunity to move out of what they would see as an unpleasant work situation, and to find what they would deem as more meaningful work. And this is when we talk about needs. This whole philosophy around meaningful work, some people just all of a sudden had an epiphany and said, I don't really align with the work that I'm doing, and therefore I'm going to just resign. And again, oftentimes resigning with this safety net in place, but also oftentimes without even a job lined up, which is a phenomenon that we've never actually witnessed before. And then remote and hybrid work helped to ease many limitations because people didn't have to go into the office on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure we've all had colleagues or friends that have worked in organizations where they suddenly have had someone all of a sudden sweaty sitting there, and they're like, well, I'm down in the Caymans, or I'm in Barbados, or wherever, working, which of course causes taxation issues and alarms and things that people just never anticipated before. But people felt that if they could work from home, there's a greater sense of fluidity where they could work wherever they could get access to an internet connection. And then this also led to, and this is really interesting, it led to greater opportunities for mid-level employees. And the reason why it did is because of the remote work environment, there was less of an opportunity for organizations to have that one-on-one monitoring and mentoring and training in-house or on the premises. And so therefore, a lot of organizations felt that they could not take risks of hiring someone who did not have experience in that field, in that profession, in that area. And so this created a lot of benefit or a lot of opportunity for mid-level employees who had experience that was marketable so that they could actually just go out and quickly get picked up by other organizations. What we do know, and this has gone on long before the pandemic, that when there is some level of attrition, you tend to lose your high performers first. And the reason why is they're the most marketable. They have the greatest track record, and they're in demand, and they know it. And so what ends up happening is when you have significant levels of attrition, the first line to leave are your high performers. And that's where the risk is and when you talk about attrition. Again, in terms of the impact on employers, in terms of the Great Resignation, again, this led to high levels of employee turnover. I've seen a number of market studies out there that have said going into this fiscal year, 2022, organizations should be expecting anywhere between 45 to 55% extra levels or higher levels of attrition than they normally would anticipate. This has, again, created some consternation with organizations trying to manage their workforce. It has forced a lot of organizations to work on greater workplace flexibility in terms of what is the work environment, what are we providing to our employees, what is the expectation in terms of coming into the office or working from home. What are the work-life balance challenges that are around this? And I know when we had our one-on-one meetings with a lot of you, we were just at the beginning of the pandemic, and I'm sure I apologize to a lot of you because my kids were at home doing, virtual schooling, and at 4 and 6, virtual schooling is not something that they can stay focused on. A lot of parents really struggled with this and had experiences where they were working and at the same time dealing with family pressures and all kind of working underneath this pandemic environment. And then recognition practices really started to hold true here, where they were saying, well, how do we manage and monitor performance? How do we properly and incentivize our employees to get the work done that needs to get done? And then how do we recognize them for actually achieving the performance benchmarks that we put in front of them? And this has heightened the importance of attraction and retention strategies writ large throughout North America. There has been significant compensation adjustments. Most recent market studies here in North America has shown that companies expect most organizations through all sectors of the North American economy expect a median compensation adjustment of about 3%. And this is high across the board. Usually it's around 2% or so. So 3% shows that there's an upward pressure on merit increases strictly for that retention concern that they have. It's also led to adjustments in the incentive structure itself. There's a greater risk of what are called restricted share units in the private sector. A neighbor of mine was just offered an executive position with a large online retail distribution company. I'm sure you can understand who they are. And the offer that he got was 100% retention-based. It was all, time-based, stay in the job, you will receive your incentive. But at no point were there any performance elements in this, which is incredibly unique. I've never seen this before. And all it said to this individual was, stay in this job for the next couple of years and you'll be paid out every step of the way. As an executive, I've never seen that before. But this is what we're seeing in the market, and we're seeing this in other sectors as well, in terms of the use of time-based restricted awards, which strictly reward the fact that you've stayed in the job for a duration of time. And then also this has led to a greater increase in long-term incentives. And as you all know, long-term incentives are based on the premise of long-term performance expectations, and the ability for you to get that award is prefaced on the fact that you have to stay in that role. So again, it's a retention award that is utilized, and a lot of organizations are realizing the retentive value of their long-term incentives when they look at the overall incentive structures right now. And we all know that attrition has a material impact on organizations. I'm sure if anyone was to talk to Michelle about what is the material impact of attrition in terms of posting a job, finding the resources to do the search, the interviewing. I'm sure all of you went through this when you're looking for your new CIO, finding time to do the interviews, the search. There's a material impact here, and organizations are really waking up to this fact. When we talk about remote work, this is something that has been, we've all read various theoretical novels in the past on everyone's going to work from home and everyone's going to work on the internet and no one has to go in the office and it's going to change the workforce. And that never really materialized until it had to materialize because we were thrown into this global pandemic situation. And organizations suddenly had this new view of work from home and how it could be managed. And some organizations said, wow, productivity hasn't actually decreased at all, and our employees have been able to get work done. Others have really said this is a struggle, and we don't know how to deal with it. And it's led to this bifurcation of philosophies on what is the future environment of work, and how is this going to impact the workforce. It was definitely a game changer. It forced a lot of organizations to implement remote work policies and practices and technologies that they hadn't invested in the past. And a lot of organizations really moved quickly. And from an investment standpoint, if you had invested in some of these technologies earlier, you saw some massive escalations in valuation over time because organizations were looking at what is off the shelf that we can readily implement, that we can utilize, that'll help us to get our work done. It led to flexible employee hours where people could actually put a load of laundry in between meetings and then come back. But then also it led to employees working easily late into the evening at night because their laptop's sitting right there and they still have work to be done. My reference earlier about organizations realizing that employees were working outside of the state, outside of their city, outside of their country, and led to some consternation. It's led to some significant issues around taxation and where your work is actually being completed and what are your tax obligations in various jurisdictions around the world. A lot of organizations learned the hard way over the last 2 years about those implications and the tax administration around it, which has led to stronger policies around if you are working remotely, where can you work, where must you work for us to comply with local, state, or federal tax laws. It also showed employees, as I said, better work-life balance, where you could walk the dog or go out and do a load of laundry or what have you. And it led to more autonomous control over your own time, and some employees really love that. And it led them to say, well, my next employer is an organization that this is what I want to do moving forward. Others have said, I don't feel right sitting at home all day long, and I'd really miss that camaraderie, that team spirit, and I want to go back into the office. But it's led to this bifurcation of the workforce. We've seen some heavy stances. New York, we're the first in New York community, the investment community, banking community have said, if you want New York wages, you're going to come into our New York office and you're going to work in New York. Other organizations like the tech sector have said, work anywhere in the world, work on the beach. We don't care as long as you get your work done. There's extremes on both sides, and I think over time we're going to see some sort of happy medium in terms of a hybrid. But at this point in time, it's still in flux, and it's still something that organizations are struggling through. In many cases, it proved that product work can still get done, even though it's not being done in the office itself. And it's broke down geographic limitations in terms of where you're hiring from. Because if they can work remotely, you don't have to limit your search to your local community. I'm now going to pass it over to Peter, and he's going to talk about the impacts that it's had on compensation practices.
Thanks, Brad. So what is the real impact, especially as it relates to public pension plans? The key thing is more options are now available, so employees have the upper hand in a lot of cases. Oftentimes we're hearing that as you're looking to recruit new candidates, you have to show value, and you have to assume that the candidate has two offers that they're potentially looking at and comparing in terms of the competitiveness of each offering. So it's important to realize that as staff is looking to bring in talent. Relative competitiveness and retention are becoming even more important in today's marketplace. Brad mentioned some of this earlier. You want to make sure you have clear and objective incentive plans. So very clear, what do I have to do to earn that incentive? And if I do that, what is the potential award that I can hope to earn at the end of the day? They're looking at making some improvements, always looking at enhancing their incentive plans, making it easier to understand, making sure that the metrics are relevant to what the person's working on, especially if they're, a senior executive and what have you. Tying some of that potentially to the total fund overall results really is a positive thing in the sense that they're working towards, along with the team, towards those collective results. So things like that. And then looking at renewed interest in long-term incentive plans. So looking at, a long-term incentive, stretching that out 3, 4, 5 years helps you to retain those individuals, especially as you have overlapping grants over, multiple years. That carrot that's out there, especially if you're trending at target or above that sort of 7% threshold, that can become very lucrative. And if someone's going to resign and leave their employer, they're going to be giving up a lot of money by taking that off the table. So that's where the long-term incentive really comes into play. And Brad mentioned this earlier, base salary adjustments, in that 2.5 range historically, creeping up to 3%. We're even seeing organizations going as high as 5% in the private sector because of those retention challenges and making sure that they can adequately compete for talent. It's also looking at, and striking a chord in terms of the importance of those incentive programs. Not having everything be just a fixed base salary, but looking at tying that pay to results specifically on both an annual basis and over the long term. And so recognizing that contribution. There was a recent McKinsey study that looked at employees, they really want good pay and good benefits. They're cognizant of that. They want to feel like they're valued. So beyond just the pay, beyond just earning a fair and competitive wage, they want to feel like they're valued and working on something that is really doing the public good. And that's where I think pension plans can really benefit. And that's why we always say you don't have to pay full Wall Street pay levels. You just have to bridge some of that gap because there are other factors, whether it's the pension program, whether it's the ability to do good work to sustain the pension for members over the long haul. All of those things help in terms of bridging some of that gap, but you need to make sure, of course, you're competitive and within range. And I'll talk about that in a second in terms of figuring out how to measure how competitive you are. You have to set realistic expectations. Make sure that that minimum expectation is fair and challenging, but also that you're not making that stretch goal too unachievable so that it's not motivating to the individual, so that they're not sitting there saying, oh, there's no chance that we have of making this goal, of hitting this objective, because really then it becomes a disincentive, and they really feel, well, there's not much I can do. Once I hit this certain point, it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to hit that goal. And doing multiple check-in points, and that's why we often say having that mid-year check-in, and I know you do this at CalPERS, and then that final year-end check-in on performance is a really good step, because you're starting to then see where are we tracking, where are we falling behind, where are we also ahead of schedule, what can we do to get things back on track, things like that. So it's important to always be doing those check-ins, and I think that mid-year check-in is a really good step that CalPERS has put in place. And incentives are less of a fringe benefit and more of a necessity. Asking yourselves, is it what we intended to do? Is it incenting people to achieve the results that we want to achieve? And if for some reason the committee feels it isn't, well, let's make the appropriate changes so that we feel that it is incenting the types of performance that we want. And also, what is our underlying intention? What do we want to get out of this program? What do we want to see our people achieve? And are we comfortable that if they hit this certain level of performance, we're comfortable at the end of the day with them earning that level of reward? If we look at pension systems in particular, they're rethinking their approach. So they're looking at expanded peer groups. If we looked historically, a lot of pension funds, especially those that didn't have as much internal investment management, they would often be very focused on public sector, state agencies, and things like that. But what we're seeing is as they get more and more complex, as you're bringing in more internal investment talent, as the pool of money goes into the hundreds of billions of dollars, you're seeing these expanded peer groups that, yes, definitely have a very strong impact and weighting on public sector comparisons, but also mix in a private sector peer group. Because to be frank, in the investment world, you're not just competing with state agencies or public sector or other pension funds. You are competing for talent, both to recruit in, but also losing talent from the private sector. And so it's important to understand where that market is and what those individuals are paying. Again, I remind you, we're not saying you have to go all the way up to the private sector rates. We often, that's why we advocate for a blended peer group, because you're getting that mixture in, and that's a very good comparison, and a lot of pension funds are moving in that direction. And then you have to make sure that the opportunity that you're providing to your people is competitive. and not only through salaries, but also the incentive opportunity. That doesn't mean they're going to earn that full amount of the incentive, but they have the opportunity to earn that level of reward. And so I think that's an important distinction. We're not advocating that actual pay levels should be at the maximum levels. They should only get there if they're achieving the total fund results that you want, if they're achieving the enterprise effectiveness results that you want, the cost results that you want, the individual results. Over the 5-year period, they're beating that 7% return, if not exceeding it to that 8.4% level. But in making sure that that opportunity is there, that if they do shoot the lights out, they can earn a market competitive level. And if they hit the targets that you've set out, that you're at around that median of your peer group. And if you're doing that, that's going to keep you nice and competitive and hopefully help in attracting and retaining that talent. Old ways are not working. So old compensation benchmarking, looking at public sector peers, looking at just, say, salary levels or just salary and annual incentives. It's the old paradigm. It's not the way we're looking at it. When someone, especially I'll say in the investment world, but also increasingly in the senior executive world as you're bringing people in, they're looking not only for that annual salary, they're not only looking at, okay, what annual incentive can I earn, but what's my long-term opportunity? If I stay here for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, what can I potentially earn in that long-term incentive? And they're going to be comparing that, especially if they're coming from the private sector, to what the private sector will pay. And again, we're not saying you have to get all the way there, but the structure of that pay and the opportunity to earn an amount that creeps up and covers some of that gap is key towards making sure that you can bring people in. And then evolving those plans to really focus as well on sustainability. And sustainability, when we typically think of it, is more, we think of it environmentally. It's cutting greenhouse gas emissions. It's cutting environmental incidents. It's being, good on community relations. But in the pension fund sense, sustainability is also about making sure that you have the right talent in place that can ultimately meet that long-term pension promise. And that is a mixture of course, the administration and benefits side of things, but also the investment side, and earning that 7% return over the long run. And so you need the right people in place to make sure that you can successfully hit that 7% return and try to guarantee that long-term sustainability for your fund. When we look at those annual incentive plans, what is the sort of structure? What are the trends we're seeing? Definitely there is a focus on total fund results. That's a key priority. All incentive plans have a tie-in to total fund results. Obviously for those roles like the CIO position, who has sort of influence over the overall strategy, we see a lot higher weighting on total fund results, that one team approach, but at least some weighting, even if it's 15, 20, 25% of that annual incentive, needs to be focused on total fund, because you want to make sure that everyone is working as a team and working together towards that common objective at the end of the day. We're also seeing organizations, though, incorporate asset class performance, especially for asset class professionals, those people working in public equities, fixed income, private equity, making sure that they have, again, from a line of sight perspective, in terms of being able to have influence over the results and how they're being rewarded, making sure that you're tying it into their specific asset class that they have more control over as part of that incentive is an important thing. Looking to focus as much as possible the weighting on quantitative performance. And we highlighted that in our incentive metrics review that we'll talk about a little bit later. But that is an area where we're seeing, especially for investment focused staff, 70, 80% weighting on quantitative results, and then leaving that 20, 25, 30% on the qualitative side, because it's not always about just the number of results. It's also recognizing, how did we get there? How did we achieve the results that we did? Are there specific individual objectives that you can't necessarily measure quantitatively? So there is always an aspect of that, but it usually is a lower weighting within most incentive plans, especially in the investment staff. The other focus is long-term incentives. What are some of the trends we're seeing there? Tend to see they're always based on a total fund aspect. You're working towards the long-term results, the long-term performance of your fund. So always focused on total fund, and everyone who participates in the plan, whoever is eligible, is using the same plan. So they're all measured under that same plan over the long term. It typically will include investment professionals and as well increasingly more and more senior, what we'll call non-investment executives or executive level positions as well. And it typically covers a 3 to 5 year period. So 3 years on the lower end, 5 years definitely on the more longer end of things. And if you look at the chart, the check marks in that table really indicate where it's highly prevalent to see those types of roles participate in such a plan, albeit at different opportunity levels. So the more senior roles will be eligible for more, the more junior levels eligible for less. And then you do see, and this is where we'll get into it a bit as part of the compensation review piece a little bit later, mixed prevalence and eligibility for some of the roles like COO, CFO, Actuary General Counsel. And that's where I think this committee has to have a good discussion to really say, what do we want to do with these roles? Do we want to make them long-term incentive eligible where we see a mixed prevalence? Do we feel like it sends the right message that it's driving towards the results we want long-term? Or are we comfortable as a committee keeping these roles not eligible for long-term incentive for now and really just focusing on that salary and annual incentive piece? You could go either way. We have a preference, and we'll talk about that as part of the compensation review section. But it's something that I think this committee needs to have a good discussion about and make sure that you're all comfortable in whatever approach you want to take moving forward. And then when we look at those senior non-executives specifically, so COO, CFO, General Counsel, those types of roles, they tend to be more prevalent in the leading Canadian funds, which are part of your peer group. They're also highly prevalent in the private sector, so in the private sector part of your peer group. Where they're not as eligible is when you look at state agencies, when you look at other endowment funds, when you look, frankly, at other U.S. pension funds, long-term incentive. You are a market leader in that space. So that's where, again, the debate comes on what do we want to do? Do we want to be more in line with private sector and some of our leading Canadian funds, or are we comfortable, we still want to just be tied to the state agencies and other U.S. funds? That's a debate for this committee to have, but that's, typically where we see the marketplace. And then on the lower end, the associate investment manager, that's where you tend to see a lot of times what we call the front office staff, the ones doing the deals and working on the investment specifically, typically being eligible for these types of things. And sometimes the back office staff, more the investment services staff that are supporting those investment professionals, that's where we see the more mixed prevalence, where you don't necessarily always see those roles eligible in the marketplace. So again, I think it's a good discussion for this committee to have, and we wanted to sort of set the stage as we go to talk about that in a little bit. And I'll pass it to Brad to finish things off.
So as most of you know, Peter and I work with pensions all throughout North America, and we also teach at the state association level and at the federal level with regard to fiduciary duties, trustee, good governance, and compensation and incentive design. And when we get engaged with a new organization, as we did with your organization, we have one-on-one interviews with each of the board members. And when we ask about practices, historic trends, one of the most frequent responses we get is, that's the way we've always done it. That's the way it's always been. This is the way it's always happened well before my time as a trustee here. And our answer is always, complacency is the kiss of death for any organization, especially for public pensions in an environment like this. Believe it or not, there are still pensions out there that still have the original 60-40 split in their asset classes and are still passively and completely passively managing that. That's dangerous. You've evolved. You've actually changed, and we applaud that. And we see you definitely as a market leader in that aspect. But again, when you look at compensation practices, you can't look at status quo and say that that's always going to cut it. So you always need to be looking at what are the market trends, what are the impacts that you're seeing out there to make you an employer of choice. And that's what you want to be always, an employer of choice where the top talent says, I want to work at CalPERS where I know I can be the best person I can be and reach the realization of my professional capabilities. That's what you want. And so, our recommendations are not based on any one individual or any one constituency need. Our recommendations that we bring forward to you and all our clients are based on the needs of your members and the sustainability of your fund. And I think that's something that you always need to keep top of mind, that this is not a status quo process where you're going to make a decision today and it's going to hold true for the next 10 years and all your predecessors will follow suit. This is something that you need to consistently look at and continue to evolve over time. And with that, that brings us to the end of our education session. Are there any questions with regard to this morning's session?
There are, and thank you for the presentation. Ms. Taylor.
There we go. I'm going to go back. So one of the things I found interesting is that I find it a little interesting that the rethinking in terms of incentive is 3 to 5% from, what, 1 to 2%?
Roughly around.
Oops.
Roughly around 2% annually would be the North American merit increase.
The regular merit increase, and not incentive programs.
Not the incentive,
that's
just the salary.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is it didn't really go into it other than you're kind of outlining what incentive programs should be focusing on. Is there a from, to, and incentive programs as well?
Well, what we're seeing most recently, as I mentioned, is that a lot of incentives are really focusing heavily on the retention value and not necessarily on performance, which we don't necessarily agree with. We think that performance-driven programs are the best.
In the investment?
Especially on investment.
Wow.
Because the sustainability and the future lifeline of your members' financial well-being is based on their performance.
Right.
And so you need to always keep that top of mind. So you need to have, achievable, attainable goals that are out there. And this is something we're going to get into in the next meeting in terms of a study that we did. But you need to focus on your performance and have the retention element associated with it. And it's particularly how competitive are you against the general market to make sure, because everyone talks.
Well, so maybe I'm confused here. So I guess the question I'm asking is the from, to in the incentive program now is not based in benchmarking, it's more based in retention. Is that what you're saying?
It's heavily weighted on retention right
Heavily
now.
weighted on retention. So if we have a mix of both, long-term and that kind of thing, that gives us a little more advantage. But what would be, and I guess then that leads me to my next question, what's a retention, besides the long-term, right, is there work-life, you went through the whole beginning that talked about work-life balance, all that stuff. So what is a kind of what you're seeing in the investment world, what is that? Is that more remote working? Is it more just recognition? You said kind of all of it, but what is it in the investment world?
Well, actually, I'm sure a lot of your external money managers, you've seen a lot of fluidity, especially around the ESG teams.
Right.
Because ESG has become top of mind for a lot of investment entities. And so that expertise has become a hot commodity right now. I know of a couple private funds that had their entire ESG teams rated, just taken right out. So again, you need to make sure that you're being fair and competitive on the incentive side. That Peter referenced the McKinsey study. McKinsey study said you need to go beyond this to look at, what is that work-life balance element? What are the mentoring structures that you have in place? Do people have development opportunities that they can leverage and to realize their full potential? These are things that organizations are really starting to recognize, and I'm sure Michelle's team is right on top of that right now in terms of some of these other externalities beyond just the compensation element that we're talking about that have a complementary impact on retention.
Yeah,
So-
I think it is part of, as well as just setting that sort of career path, especially if you are, as you're recruiting in even more junior level investment staff, having them be able to see the progression and where they can get to in their career. And I think, your policy obviously lays out the compensation opportunities, but, all the other factors, whether it's development programs and things like that, being able to provide, again, flexibility, being able to give them, maybe it's, 1 or 2 days a week at home and then 2 or 3 days in the office. All of those things, I think, are adding to and are being considered a lot more now than solely just the compensation aspect. And one thing that I think pension funds have a really positive case to be made is really the public good that you're doing in terms of, people, working in Wall Street, we're just working to maximize profits. You work at a pension fund, you're obviously working towards the sustainable futures for, thousands upon thousands of members. So you have that compelling argument that should help as well in being able to, do a little bit more public good than just trying to maximize profits. So it is a combination of different things. And I think it's about making sure that, you have that right balance at the end of the day between all the different elements.
Well, ours has always been mission-driven, so I think that adds to people wanting to be here, right?
Exactly.
There's a difference. Yes, we may not pay Wall Street wages, but we are mission-driven.
Exactly.
So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
A question for Brad. Just wondering if you're seeing anything in innovation around measuring, whether you want to call it performance or success on the non-investment side. So one of the things that, I think we've struggled with in the state is looking at, the old style of managing based on being able to see someone in the office and then turning that into how do you manage analytical work or project-based work. And I haven't seen anything yet that's really kind of getting into innovating how you could measure that as an organization. I'm wondering if you've seen anything.
And this is another thing that we teach on is incentive design and incentive trends and the psychological impact of incentives within organizations. If someone can actually come up with a tried and true definitive way of doing that, I think they'll make a lot of money in today's marketplace. But what I am seeing and what we see in all our clients is that an iterative process where you take most of the subjectivity out of it, find ways to establish performance benchmarks or time-based results or something like that you can point to and track over time is something. And then also really focusing on what those objectives are and not having a laundry list. I started my career in the public sector, and as a manager, I was often asked to come up with what are my key priorities, and I'm not exaggerating here. Oftentimes I would have like 3 pages of objectives. Mm-hmm. And on realistically, what was really only like a 4% annual incentive, and so you'd say, well, what's the probability of me really working hard on objective number 52? That's worth 0.0002% of my take-home pay. Very low. But if you can really prioritize, what are the key things we want our staff to do? What do I really need you to do before the end of this fiscal year? And how am I going to reward you for that? That's the way to really come with a narrow and really clear perspective that people can focus on, sink their teeth in, drive, and be rewarded for it. And that's the key thing is, again, trying to find focus within it and getting away from really long, broad expectations over time.
The only thing I'll add to Brad's points is really about, going beyond just the total fund investment return aspect, and that's where we have seen, like, CalPERS does, looking at other things like member satisfaction, customer service. Those are areas where, on the non-investment side, you have control over that in terms of administering those pension benefits, answering members' concerns, and you should be measuring them because that is, the whole other side of the business that's also very important. We look at things like if it's a year where you're doing an asset liability study, pushing that potentially through. Years like this year where you're working on a strategic plan, we've seen organizations look at, do they have sort of confidence in the strategic plan that was presented? Are there lots of questions? Things like that. Looking beyond just the pure investment results at, other areas where the non-investment staff can do good work. And that usually is on the efficiency of the operations, the member satisfaction, the customer service that you're providing, moving forward on that strategic plan, presenting a strategic plan that I think the board has, lots of confidence and a high level of degree of comfort with. All of these things are typically where we see, I'll call it the non-investment staff measured against, in particular, those areas. And then there always is, like we mentioned, a qualitative component. So specific things that you need the general counsel to do or the CFO to do that are specific to their role and responsibility. That's where, typically that individual or qualitative aspect comes in. So there's a lot of things that you're already measuring that I think do a good job of looking at beyond just investment results, what these non-investment staff can have control over on sort of the member side of things, satisfaction, administering benefits and things like that.
And that's also why when we look at incentive plans, we always like to have that, on the pension side, a total fund aspect to everyone, and I mean everyone's incentive plan. And some organizations will question us on that, but what's most important is that everyone within a pension understand that regardless of what your role is, you will have an impact on that bottom line. If you're driving inefficiencies within your team, your department, within your own budget, that takes away from investment opportunities for your members that can get rolled over time and snowball into, higher, funded status. And that's the real aspect that a lot of organizations, a lot of pensions are starting to look at, is say, regardless of what your role is, you will have an impact on this bottom line and our overall annual success. And so therefore, we want everyone to be measured on at least part of your incentive on that top line item.
Anything else? All right, Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Peter, for your presentation. My question is actually back on page 8 of your presentation, 22, regarding the Great Recession, Great Resignation, and the impact on employers. You mentioned, I think it was that there's a high turnover in the private sector, but how is it in the public sector? And do you see that trend happening more in the public sector, especially in our world, in the public pension world?
This is a phenomenon that we've seen through all sectors of the North American economy. So it's not just the public or the private or retail versus IT. This is something that we're seeing throughout the entire North American market right now. And
do you see it as a trend, over the next foreseeable future?
I don't think anyone really knows if there's going to be an end to this. There's various theories that this is the great awakening of the workforce. I don't know. Is this a repercussion of people having to work from home for months on end? I don't know. I don't think we ever will know until we get out of this pandemic situation, and the new work environment, it becomes normalized. So I think the expectation is there will be some flex going on, some instability over the next little while. But I think as things start to normalize, you're going to see organizations start to, institutionalize what is that work expectation, being hybrid, remote, internal, external, and then they're probably going to, rationalize how much office space they still need or what have you. There's going to be a lot of that reconciliation that's going to happen over time, but I can't predict where this is going to go, because we can all say we're in uncharted territory right now.
Oh, I totally agree with you with that. That's respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Paquin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Brad, I was curious about a couple of things that you said earlier on in the presentation. And, at CalPERS, we have a one-fund approach, which I think is important because we're all trying to get to the discount rate and ensure the long-term sustainability. But I think you started off the presentation by saying that right now employers are nervous about losing their top talent. And how do you reconcile the one-fund approach versus the need to try to use these incentives to hold on to the top performers? And I think you mentioned your anecdote about your neighbor, and I have a relative who I think works at the same company. And I think the reason why they don't have any performance metrics in those incentives is because if you don't perform, you're gone. And, at a public fund, it's a little bit different. So how do you reconcile that approach?
It's a very interesting question. Well, what I can say is that Peter and I have been quite vocal since day one, working with your organization about the one fund philosophy. We feel that a fund performance element is very key, as I just mentioned, for everyone's incentive, both short and long term, because that's what you're focused on, is your long-term sustainability and hitting that actuarial benchmark on an annual basis. That is going to keep this pension sustainable and allow you to meet your pension promise over time. However, we often we look at it and we say that you do need to have an element, especially to recognize individual or team-based performance. And this is something we're coming back to this committee on in terms of reintroducing asset class performance to recognize individual and team performance, because that is very important to differentiate your true top performers versus your non-performers. And on the trend, the public pension trend of, as you referenced, the possibility of being terminated if you're not a non-employer or a non-performer, we can honestly say that most of the so-called transformed funds in the market today have adopted that philosophy. If you don't perform, you will be asked to leave. If you don't comply with our investment policy and due diligence practices, even though you have some autonomy on the investment side, if you breach that responsibility in any way, automatic grounds for dismissal, and they are dismissed and walked out. It's a different mindset, but it actually really helps to reinforce that accountability model and the performance expectations of your team. You're seeing a much more, I wouldn't call it a professionalization, but more of a private sector practice or market practice within these investment entities, because they see themselves not so much as public pensions, but really competing investment entities. Because at the end of the day, CalPERS is competing against the BlackRocks of the world, right? When you're going after an asset, there's thousands of funds out there, both public and private, that are after the same assets. And you know, the opportunity doesn't actually play favorites here. So you need to find a way to be as competitive and as opportunistic as you can to, again, protect that pension promise that you've made to your members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
All right. Thank you. Brad, Peter, I want to go a little bit different direction with a question. In public service across the U.S., and I suspect across North America and in many other places, it's an increasingly angry environment. And we see various places where that's playing out. And for those who are in public service, they're finding themselves exposed to significantly higher contention and frustration with their work being expressed, certainly compared to what I remember when I started too many decades ago. That has a significant role to play in terms of how satisfied people are with their work. If you don't feel like you can ever succeed, it makes it very frustrating to go back at it. Are there organizations that you're finding that are doing a better job of providing better insulation or better protection for their staff, or just simply better communication with the stakeholders so that there is some diminished anger that our staff has to face?
Ms. Middleton, ironically enough, I can share this. When I started my career with the Canadian Federal Public Service, I worked on the renewal of the Canadian Federal Public Service, and I helped to spearhead a group that created a number of recommendations and ultimately made recommendations from a youth perspective in what we'd like to see. And one of the key things we said was, and this is years ago, like this is in the 90s, we recognize this exact trend, and that the media, unfortunately, their mantra is if it bleeds, it leads, and they want to expose everyone's skeleton, and that's what everyone wants. And the public service, philosophically, I can say, having worked in the public service for well over a decade, the public service has allowed that to happen, and has never really got a handle on talking about the social good and the impact that it provides communities, states, countries. And it's allowed this negativity to prevail over time. So can I point to one organization? No. What I would encourage you to do is to start to objectively track. And this is a conversation we've had with all of you when we first started, which was understand the facts, understand the numbers, understand how to defend the decisions that your board is making on the compensation and governance side, so that when there are the naysayers out there that are throwing out skewed data or misinformation or old data that no longer applies to what's being discussed today, you have the wherewithal and the objectivity to refute that in public and to communicate better with your members to say, this is what the perception is, or this is what you might have heard, but here's the underlying principles behind it, and here's how we compare objectively to the market, and here's how we're protecting your pension promise, and here's how we're shoring up the performance and the accountability framework within our organization to guarantee you get the returns you need. And if you can do that in an objective way, as we always say, you're taking the wind out of the sails of the naysayers, and you're actually, truth has power. And so speak the truth, know the truth, and I think over time, be proud of it, and over time, I may be an optimist here, but over time, I think people, and as Peter had mentioned, youth, and this is way before the pandemic, studies came out that recent graduates were willing to take up to a 30% pay cut in their first job if it had purpose. This is a purpose-driven generation that we have now, and if you can show your purpose and amplify that and show how you're making impacts, then I think you will not have a problem in attracting and retaining the talent you need.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other requests to speak? Thank you. Anything else on this item? It's not. Then we move on to item 7, action agenda item, the review of the board's compensation policy. Ms. Tucker.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the committee. Nice to be with you today. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 7A presents initial recommendations from the board's primary compensation consultant, GGA, on proposed revisions to the board's compensation policy for the executive and investment management positions. Periodic reviews allow for revisions to ensure policy provisions remain aligned with CalPERS strategic goals and board priorities. GGA has conducted an in-depth review of the policy and will present their observations and recommendations today. The revisions can be categorized in 2 ways. First, there are certain key topics for the committee's consideration, and those are denoted in red text on your attachment. And then second, there's several administrative or non-substantive changes that add clarity to program administration, participants, and stakeholders. And so those are denoted in green text on the second attachment. We anticipate that some of the key topics will require committee discussion and input, so recommendations can be finalized and then presented at the June 22 meeting in time for implementation for fiscal year 22-23. So that does conclude my opening remarks, and I'd like to invite Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, to point out that we did our best. There's a lot to unpack here when we were first asked to review the policy, and instead of providing you with a red line version that would be very, very difficult to follow, we tried our best, as Michelle had pointed out, to indicate to you clearly in a visual way what are the substantive changes that will require your concern and your decisions and your active engagement on this, and what are just elements of additional clarity and better defining what it is the policy is meant to achieve over time. So we'd like to start out, just to be clear, this is an iterative process. We've just started here. So these are some of the key findings that we'd like to talk about today. And then, as Michelle had mentioned, we'll be coming back the next meeting in June to have specific wording and specific changes based on today's discussion. First off, when we took a look at the policy, one of the key things that stood out when we started was that your policy doesn't have defined principles up front. Usually there's a purpose and principles, foundational principles upon which everything is premised. And we noticed that this is a key element that is missing. Some of the principles and concepts are blended in with the opening purpose of the policy, but they're not definitively stated. And so we're recommending that that definitive principles be established and articulated up front. And because this is a policy that will affect your executive team, and principally will affect your chief executive officer, which is the principal individual that you're responsible for in terms of your fiduciary duties, we're asking that the members of this committee work with us in helping to define what those principles are, because again, this is a policy that your board needs to own, and in so doing, you need to participate in defining. Peter and I could unilaterally do it, but that doesn't reinforce the fact that this is your policy, and this is something that you need to own, and your voices need to be heard in terms of establishing these principles. Any questions on that first item? We're just going to go item by item here. The timing of the compensation assessments, when we look at the timing, and we'll get into this in the next item when we talk about the compensation benchmark assessment and our recommendations around that, what we noticed is that there's been a significant amount of time that's gone on between deep dives or strong benchmark practices or exercises. And as a result, it's not a surprise that you're now more misaligned with market than you typically would or should be. And so looking at this, the longer you wait in between assessments, the longer that, or the wider that gap that could actually exist. One of the key things we've seen is that there's, as we mentioned in the education session, there's a lot of discussion around incentives and the purpose of incentives and the need and importance of incentives. And a lot of pensions have opened up to the need for pensions. For the longest time, when Peter and I talked about incentives with the pension community, we get blank stares, and we were told, no, absolutely not, that's not in the cards. And now all of a sudden it's something that is much more prevalent. We've just been asked to speak at a national conference and do a general session on that exact issue, which is the prevalence of incentivization within public pensions within the U.S. And so looking at that, evolution of incentives, you've now found yourself off or misaligned to what the market median is. And so to minimize that impact, what we're recommending is that as a point of the policy, you reinforce the fact that you will commit to doing one of these market studies at least every 2 years, so that if you do find that you're misaligned, they're minor changes that aren't as material, that are just minor tweaks and are not material adjustments. Okay?
Before you go on, Brad, can you back up to the previous slide? Down in your recommendation, it says you'll work with members of the committee. How is that? Is that in this meeting form, or is that one-on-one? How do you envision that?
We would propose to have an open dialogue with each of you, one-on-one, and get your views and opinions, collect them, and then we would consolidate that into what would be viewed as the collective agreement or preference of your board members.
So given that, because that's I thought where you were heading, given that, I think it might be more advisable that you do that meeting with all the board members, not just the committee members, because that'll stop some back-end stuff later on because they weren't involved in the process. So if you're going to gather that information, probably should be from all board members, even knowing that the committee will be making the decision.
That's fair, and we're happy to address that concern.
Maybe not.
No, I was not going to disagree with your comments, Mr. Fechner, but we would need to work with GGA to make sure that we comply with all the Open Public Meetings Act requirements.
All right, thank you.
Are there any questions on the timing element?
No questions.
Moving to the private sector peers, one thing that we noticed within the policy is that you have a definitive outer limit in terms of the size of the private sector peers. If I recall, it's roughly about $350 million. Again, that dates your organization because, again, it sets an expectation of assets under management that no longer apply to your organization. And so what we would recommend here is that you adjust that from 350 to 1.5 to 2 times, which is really a fluid market standard. We want you guys to continue to grow. We want to see you over $500 billion and beyond. And so therefore, we don't want to actually just benchmark you against a steady state number. We'd rather have something that's more of a range that allows you to, continue to evolve. But that being said, how many organizations are out there that are of your size? Not many, and that's part of the struggle that you have. And that's also part of the methodology that we'll have to consider moving forward.
The only thing I want to add is, while this specifically relates to private sector peers, we are not suggesting that you go to a full private sector peer group to benchmark pay. This is just speaking to, as part of that blended peer group that I was talking about earlier, the private sector component of that blended peer group. So we still recommend, and we've, as you'll see in the policy document, there still will be, of course, a public sector comparison against other pension funds, other state agencies for the management level staff as well. So this is just speaking to that private sector component of the blended peer group. So I don't want anyone to think we're advocating for a full-blown private sector peer group only.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ortega.
No, thank you. I do have a little bit of hesitation on this one. I do feel like making this change, looking towards future assessments of where the fund is as compared to the market, we're going to end up with that outer bar growing, every time because you've brought in these larger funds. I think it'd be very helpful to know who's coming in then. Like, what are we going to then start comparing ourselves to? I don't feel at this moment that I have a lot of insight into who's in the comparator group now in terms of the private sector side, and so making that an even larger group and at a higher dollar amount, it just feels a little like it's just I'm just putting up a warning flag that it feels like it's just going to result in a bigger gap as compared to market, but maybe those aren't really truly good comparators for CalPERS. So I'd like a little more information about who that is before we do that.
Ms. Ortega, it's a very good point, and that raises the question with regard to who are you attracting your talent from, and who are you losing it to? And that's what we always need to be take into consideration when we look at this. You are an investment entity, first and foremost. You've been entrusted with managing and overseeing close to $500 billion on an annual basis. And so therefore, when you look at this, you can't look at it strictly from a public sector or private sector view. And if you were to say that we're only going to benchmark against specific organizations of a specific size, there has to be some fluidity in that peer group, because peer groups evolve. Even some of the pensions, you'll see some pensions will amalgamate, right? And they will no longer be in existence, or become state funds as opposed to, iterative or smaller funds. So there's going to be evolution in the market. So your policy needs to reflect that evolution. And so this is something that on an annual basis, when you ask an organization like McLaughlin, who's just done your recent benchmark study, who's in that peer group? Who are they? And have them listed. Then you can take a look at it and say, yes, this definitively represents CalPERS and who we are. You always want to compare apples, what we say apples to apples, in terms of size and scope of the organization and responsibilities and skill level required to manage and to operate that organization. And so we always would advise not to have a steady state in mind, but understand what the parameters are for you defining that peer group, so that each time you go to market, you have those parameters that you can go to your external benchmark service provider and say, here is what our policy states. We want you to work within these parameters. And that will allow you to consistently compare yourself to an applicable market where, again, you might lose talent to or be able to retain talent from.
I think, if I may, Mr. Chair,
We're still on.
On that point, I would like to see a little bit of data when we come back to this on June in terms of where we are recruiting our folks from and where they're going to. From the CalHR side, we look at all of this data very closely, typically by bargaining unit, not by department. But the information I have suggests that we're not actually recruiting that many people from the private sector, from outside of state government, and at least at the executive level at CalPERS. So I think it'd be helpful to see what information the department has, what CalPERS has on that when we talk about this in June.
And we would be happy to help you with that. One thing that I'd like to say is that as CalPERS continues to evolve, and as CalPERS continues to evolve its investment practices and its investment capabilities and its competitiveness in the marketplace, you're going to see that you're going to need to compare yourself more and more to the private sector. I think the most recent hiring that you've made at the CIO level is a testament to this. Bring this individual in from the private sector. She has public sector or public pension experience, but you more or less recruited her from the private market. When you look at individuals who are working in or supporting organizations of $100 billion or more in assets under management, it's a smaller pool. And as you continue to evolve, that pool will become smaller and smaller. And so you need to always be competitive to continue to evolve. And not so much, and I mean this in the most respectful way, not so much as a public sector entity, but as a competitive investment entity, because that is where you're going to make the biggest bang for your productivity buck, to say, going forward. And this is where what we would call the transformed funds have really evolved. And as I mentioned before, the accountability structures are very rigid. The termination policies are very rigid, but the compensation has evolved too. And when you look at some of these entities who now have active investment offices all over the world and are able to quickly get immediate access to really good investment opportunities and assets that become available, this is the world that you need to compete against more and more. And this is where we would encourage your fund to move forward, evolving its internalized investment practices and capabilities, relying less on external entities, and taking those savings and rolling them into greater investment opportunities for your members. That is the Canadian recipe. We hate to use that term, but it's a transformation recipe that has shown that funds that are now fully funded or overfunded right now, they've adopted that strategy earlier on and they've been able to really affect change within their organization and generate savings that have again gone into investment opportunities to really shore up their funded levels.
Thank you for that. And I think that is a very fair point on the investment side. I think the data that I've seen doesn't quite show that same argument holds up on the administrative side. And Sacramento is a small employer base, right? We have a lot of state employees, and the majority of the employees are coming from within state government that come to work on the admin side. So I just feel like there's a little less of the comparison on the folks that you get into some of these other executive level administrative roles. Just one last thing on the data that would be helpful to see. In the February meeting, there was a discussion about a turnover study that I think CalPERS was going to get. I looked at the transcript and it said CalPERS was going to be invited to participate in it. And I think perhaps CalSTRS was participating in it as well. And there was a discussion about how that would be made available to us at some point. So I just wanted to follow up on that as well.
Thank you, Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team. That data from McLaughlin's not still available, and it won't be probably even by June. So they did present that comment, but it's not necessarily at our fingertips at the moment yet. So we can circle back, but unfortunately that's not, we could talk about CalPERS related specific retention, those kinds of things, and bring it up, but it's not something that they even have completed yet. So I think they unfortunately got a little bit ahead of themselves in that statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Packlin.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate Ms. Ortega raising these issues, and we would really appreciate being able to see some of that data too for the June meeting, at least for the CalPERS side. And I think it would be helpful, even on the investment side, to see where we are recruiting from, which private firms, and where are our staff going to.
When you look at the recruitment in terms of comparison to the public and private, as Peter mentioned earlier, we strongly advocate that you have what's called a blended peer group, both public and private, because you are a public institution, but at the same time you're competing against the private market. And one caution that I'll raise with this committee this morning is that I definitely look at the McLaughlin data, look at the attrition levels, but don't base your opinion on whether or not you're experiencing significant levels of attrition. And the reason why I say that is anyone who's been involved in managing a dike, when you look at it, you don't get alarmed. You don't sit back and wait for the hole to start in the dike. You need to do some iterative maintenance over time and be on top of it. And so I would stress that, or I would ask this committee to please take a look at the data, but not pause and wait for there to be an alarming concern that you need to address. Don't be reactive, be proactive, and consistently look at how can you continue to be competitive to market. In the peer group, the blended peer group of both public and private organizations, that includes both investment and non-investment staff members. Even the private sector, a lot of these funds that you're comparing yourself to have executives that are non-investment staff, but are still helping to achieve the collective goals and objectives of that organization. And so again, you need to be benchmarking against those individuals who again are non-investment staff to make sure that you're being fair and competitive in that market.
Mr. Chair, can I make one clarifying statement? So we did receive some material from McLaughlin that we did participate in, but it was all the return to office kind of data related to the public pension system. So we do have that. We can bring that in June. It wasn't, it came in right before the committee meeting, but it doesn't hit on Arena's
Mr.
question.
Hopner, I've already sent that to the board.
Okay. Yeah.
This was about turnover.
Correct. I'm just saying there's sort of, I just want to make clarity that we did get some login data, but it's more about hybrid schedules and plans, et cetera, and the other stuff's still not available yet.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you both, Brad and Peter, for the presentation. As I've been listening to you, and I wasn't going to talk, but as I've been listening to you, I keep hearing this, the public-private right, and we need to keep going, and we need to really measure ourselves against that, including, and you just finished saying, our administrative staff. And I just want to remind us that we have a civil service. We are civil service. Canada is not the same as we are, by any means. Neither is private sector. And if we get too far out ahead of our civil servants, our actual rank and file civil servants, which we do have in the investment office, but of course all over CalPERS, you are creating an us and them situation that we have to be very careful of. And then in addition, the press that would garner gets difficult to manage. So I think we need to take in the information that you're giving us, right, and look at it with the holistic view that we are still a civil service organization. So I don't have a problem with making sure our investment staff is appropriately compensated, but I don't want us to get too far ahead of our skis here and think that every manager, et cetera, we have a civil service management tier that we can't really break out of in a lot of ways. So.
And you'll notice in the policy that it still stipulates that executive positions, the blended peer group still would include state agencies. So those state agency roles would be included as a data point, and that would have a downward impact on the overall
yeah, and I just don't want to see us, because rank and file is not going to appreciate the fact that, the higher ups at CalPERS are making 10 times to 50 times what rank and file is making. So I just want to make sure that we're not getting way out over our skis here, so. But thank you.
Thank you. No other requests? Please continue.
Excellent. The next element that we identified within the policy was a phenomenon that we'll see not just throughout North America, which is this misperception that external resources have a higher value than internal resources. I don't know how this has evolved, but it has, and it's plagued organizations for the longest time, to the point where some organizations, internal employees feel that the only way to ever make it up the progressive ladder within the organization is to quit their job, work for an external organization, and then reapply for the job they really want within your organization. That causes a lot of, productivity gaps and material impacts on your workflow and the cost of managing your human resources. So when we look at your policy, one thing that we noted was that there was no way of objectively and equitably treating internal versus external candidates for any particular role. And so what we felt would be important was to have an objective methodology in place where hiring managers would go through and be able to score both internal and external candidates in an equitable way so that there's fairness being addressed to both or all candidates. You never want internal candidates not ambitious to move up or feel that they're going to be treated or considered less valuable for an opportunity moving forward. And so one of the things that we're recommending here is that we work with the CalPERS HR team to establish what will this framework be and how can this scoring methodology be put in place to, again, encourage your internal candidates to feel that they're going to be treated in the exact same objective way as any internal candidate moving forward. And with no questions, we'll move to the next one. In terms of merit adjustments, and we talked about this briefly in the education session, most recent data coming out is around that 3% adjustment merit increase, expected merit increase, which is high in today's marketplace. And so when we look at 3%, we say, okay, well, roughly your workforce should be moving at 3% annually. And the lion's share of your employees should be at what we would call target performance. A lot of organizations say we're a high-performing organization, but how do you differentiate performance internally? And that's what merit increases really should be looking at is, what are your high performers within your organization, and how do you identify and objectively reward this performance? One thing that we do know is that the state standard is 5% at target for a merit increase, but we also recognize that the overwhelming majority of state employees don't have an annual incentive and don't have a long-term incentive. And if you look at a 5% merit increase that gets amplified by the percentage of that base in annual incentive and a percentage of that base in a long-term incentive, you can see how this can quickly roll out, and it could be seen as unsustainable. So what we would like to see is more of an objective standard be put in place where managers would be told about roughly, to be aligned with market, as we stated here, roughly about 60 to 70% of your team needs to be around that target. And then only about 25 to 30% should be considered above target. And what we also would like to see, to make it a little more difficult for managers, to be honest, is anyone that you deem above target, justify it. Do some administrative work. Put in a report. Why is this individual deemed higher than the rest of your team, and why should they receive a merit increase above what that standard is going to be? And by doing so, you've better calibrated the distribution of talent within your organization. And to be honest, it helps you to manage your HR budgets in a more effective way, recognizing the fact that you're an organization that does have an incentive structure that's unique to the rest of the state. And that's the impact that we want to get out there. That, yes, you may not be getting the same merit increase as an external or non-CalPERS employee, but is amplified in your incentive structure. And so you have a higher opportunity at the end of the day. And that's the real benefit that employees should be seeing on an annual basis.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you. This would be another area where it would be helpful to see some data when we talk about it again in June, in terms of the, we talked about what the average merit increases are in North America. It would be helpful to see what the merit increases have been for the positions we're talking about at CalPERS over at least a few years. I have a lot of concern about whether it's realistic for the organization to move away from that 5% is sort of the expected standard, because that is sort of the culture of how merit increases work in state service. And on the rank and file side, that 5% until you reach the max of the range is pretty common unless there's a performance issue. So I don't want us to build a compensation system based on this ability to focus on this more closer to the 2 or 3% average, and then it's not going to really be implemented that way. And then the salary will escalate a little faster than what your assumption is based on. That will, as you say, amplify the incentive award. And so I'd like to have everybody thinking about that a little more, about whether that's a realistic change, and if not, maybe then adjust the recommendations to be consistent with if it should stay at the 5%. So it would be helpful to see if the number's been, as I recall, there's quite a few 5s and 7s in the last few years as we've looked at the decisions from the CEO. So, thank you.
No other questions?
Ms. Ortega, and we can certainly pull the multiple years when we return in June, but for the last fiscal year, the average base pay increase was 5.2% for these covered positions.
Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. The other element that we recognized was the treatment of prorated awards, and this would be individuals that come into a role within the fiscal year or are terminated through multiple methodologies, retirement, disability, death, or just voluntary termination, and how these awards are being treated. One of the things that we can address is the treatment of individuals coming in within a fiscal year. The typical practice that we see is that new employees are typically made eligible for an incentive if they come in within the first 6 months. Right? If they come in within the first 6 months, they will have a material impact on that, the realization of the performance at the end of the year and the achievement of those objectives. And so therefore, they rightfully should receive a pro rata award for that year. Where we see there being an atypical practice here is where individuals coming in the latter half of the year often are extended an incentive at the end of the following year with the additional tack on of the months that they came in earlier on in the previous fiscal year. This is a practice that we don't normally see, and it also leads an organization to be extending an award based on objectives that your board, have defined as fair and defensible for that fiscal year, and now you're applying it to a previous fiscal year as well, and a previous performance period where the environment may have changed. And so we're recommending that that CalPERS identify the fact that individuals coming in within the first 6 months would be eligible. Individuals coming in the latter half of the year would be made eligible for the next 12-month performance cycle and not receive a pro rata award that goes beyond that 12-month cycle. That's fair, that's defensible, and allows you to keep everyone focused on the objectives of that fiscal year. And we see that as an optimal way moving forward. We also are looking at the use of discretion under special circumstances, and this would be through death, disability, retirement. We feel that the utilization of leave credits, especially around retirement, can be problematic for organizations because it allows individuals to stay within a role. And we're not saying that this is prevalent, but we're saying that we identify this as a possibility that someone could retire and then use their leave credits to stay as part of the CalPERS organization and remain eligible for incentive awards. So what we're recommending is that we work with CalPERS HR and we work with your legal counsel to better define the feasibility around the use of discretionary awards and how you can better define the use of leave credits and the level of eligibility that an employee would have to a pro rata award, especially at the tail end of their career.
Okay.
And no questions. The next is the treatment of retirement. Again, as I mentioned before, again, this would be a pro rata award, and we want to make sure that again your organization is treating retirement properly, and again utilizing or better defining how employees can apply their leave credits moving forward. The discretion around eliminating, adjusting, deferring incentive payouts, one thing that we noted is that there was or there could be a benefit to having more definitive what we would call triggers in place to best define, under what circumstances would your board have the discretion to eliminate, adjust, or defer any incentive awards, and also to clarify to employees what their expectations could be if at any point they were to what we would call have any sort of employment practices that would trigger any of these events that we've defined in the policy. Again, this is for greater clarification, and again, it's for your board to have a more definitive structure that it can utilize. Oftentimes, unfortunately, what Peter and I will see in these policies is a certain level of vagueness, and so what ends up leading to is a sense of complacency and inaction from the board, to be honest, where the board just says it's kind of vague, we don't know, so we're just going to let it go. What we'd like to do is have a more definitive structure in place that provides clarity for your board and for your plan members, so that everyone knows that what is within the purview of your board's discretion, and what can your employees expect if again if they were to do something that would trigger some of these events.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to this is something that a lot of pension fund boards in particular, especially those, funny enough, with June 30th year ends, really struggled with in terms of COVID in 2020. So they're really having a broad discussion to say, what we've sort of hit our objectives, but we're in this environment where, where COVID has hit, our members are being impacted. And so while the financial results and the financial triggers didn't necessarily have it, they're having discussions around things like headline risk and reputational triggers and things like that. And so this is where they started to really, to Brad's point, want to say we don't want to keep it vague. We want to at least give our board clarity and our affected staff members clarity on when these triggers potentially will hit. And that doesn't mean that you necessarily choose to eliminate, adjust, or defer, but it at least gives you the chance to have that discussion, to have really a defined area to say, okay, we have these 6 or 7 triggers. Were any of these hit this year? If not, well, we proceed as usual. If there was 1 or 2 hit, let's have a frank discussion. Do we feel that we have to eliminate, adjust, or defer? What I can say in practice is a lot of boards, and I think a lot of it is due to some of the discussions we've had earlier about being market competitive, they don't necessarily always choose to use that discretion, but at least you have the ability and the clarity to have that frank discussion when those specific triggers are hit. And I think coming out of situations like COVID and certain timing when you can have market downfalls at different points of the year, it's just important to have that level of clarity on when these triggers are hit, so that you can then have those discussions and figure out the appropriate adjustments to make.
Very good, thank you.
And then the next section here is just on some of the administrative items that we identified and our recommendations moving forward. One of the general ones is around the standardization of performance. Looking at the policy, going through it as it stands, unedited, it utilizes, I believe, roughly about 6 different scoring methodologies in terms of different levels, different definitions. And one thing to provide some level of administrative clarity and ease of applying this policy, we are recommending that CalPERS adopt one generic standardization methodology, five levels or 5-tiered structure, so that anyone utilizing or anyone assessing performance within the organization has kind of a general understanding of what each of the 5 levels are, whether it's applied to the short-term incentive or merit increases. It's something that can be universally understood, as opposed to trying to discern which standard are we using, which methodology. We just feel that one standard, one universal standard would be the best way to move administratively.
Okay.
And then finally, this is something that we've been talking to your committee and your board about since we started our engagement with your fund, which is moving away from the subjective elements of the incentive plan, finding more ways to objectively score and communicate that scoring over time. And one of the things that we noticed, that there was a bifurcation of the objectives, and it definitively said throughout the policy, quantitative and qualitative. And the qualitative side dealt with, individual key business objectives, which could be quantitative, which could be objectively stated, could be what we would call SMART goals. These are specific, measurable, attainable, results-based, time-bound, and ethical, and results-weighted, or risk-weighted. And so we would ask that throughout the policy, even though some of these key individual objectives could be objective, they're still deemed as qualitative, which has this notion of subjectivity to it. And again, that could open you up to criticism. What we would like and what we're proposing is throughout the policy, anything that was deemed qualitative, refer to what it really was meant to be, which is the key individual key business elements, and then continue to evolve that side to find ways to objectively score and record and communicate the results going forward.
Okay.
And that leads us to the end. Are there any general questions with regard to the policy? Again, this is an iterative process. This is our first step, and that at the June meeting we'll be coming forward with more definitive changes or definitive wording around a lot of the suggestions we made today.
Ms. Ortega.
I had more of a process question in terms of like the items where you say you'll be working with CalPERS, HR, and legal, and when this comes back, will it be kind of a recommendation, this is what everyone thinks works, or how do you envision that working?
Yeah, so I think Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team. So I think the point that they were trying to make there is to bring clarity back, and that there would be a red line policy at the end of the day. So you have sort of the top level items that they mentioned, but also that clarity there. I mean, there's some questions about the IRS tax codes implicated in, I think, 2 slides, making sure that there's nothing, we're clear about that. There's recommendations, but I think we just need to double check and make sure that those are consistent with those tax practices, et cetera. So, but I think that would just be bringing it back with a top line, red line document for full approval. Otherwise, we have the existing policy that's still in place come the new fiscal year. So
just to clarify a little bit, the policy that will come back in June will have legal and HR sign off that those items work. I'll give you a specific example. The discussion about retirement and people, seems like it's sort of getting into people burning leave or something. Those are things that you may not be able to just say, we're not going to have that, right? There's other state requirements.
For sure.
So that's what I'm getting at is,
no, for sure.
Maybe
Understand.
a practice in the private sector, but maybe.
Yeah, and I guess that was my point, is trying to clarify that these may be industry practices.
Yes.
Are they applicable to the system, the state of California,
Right.
California law, et cetera? We need to make sure that those are fully
So the
ironed
one
out.
that comes to us in June, we'll have vetted all of those things.
Yeah, that would be the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry. Thank you for clarifying that.
It doesn't mean there won't still need to be more.
Sure.
Right. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, again, thank you, Brad and Peter, for your presentation. I just want to ask a question about on the triggers with the eliminating, adjusting, and deferring incentive payouts. So in your experience with other boards, you mentioned that other boards, either will, when they get the trigger, they will either voluntarily do something about it or not do something about it. In your experience, should a board do something about it, or to just let it be passive? It's a very good. I just want to understand that process. Thank you.
I mean, I hate to say it depends, but it depends, I think, on the level of infraction. You can imagine that, let's just say we've put out an example of an investment performance trigger. Well, if you miss the benchmark by like 1 basis point over your threshold, that's different than missing it by 400 basis points from your standard sort of threshold level of performance. You might have some egregious act that an individual has made that's causing headline risk or it's causing reputational risk that you don't want to set an example for. Where there might be some broader ones where you're just saying as a board, well, it's a tough time, our state employees are having a salary freeze, should we really be making an adjustment or making an incentive payout? Well, that's a little different. That's a scenario where, yes, there's a potential for negative, but it's not an egregious thing that a person or the staff have done that's caused that reputational risk. That's all a perceived one. So it will come down to, I think, the nature of what we're talking about, what trigger has been hit, the amplitude or the magnitude of how that trigger has been missed or not adhered to. And that's really what a lot of boards really, I think, take into consideration. And that's why I state that the majority of times it is usually something that's pretty close to hitting a threshold, or there's 5 different thresholds and you've missed maybe 1 out of the 5. You haven't missed like all 5 of them. So then usually the boards will use the discretion and say, we'll generally, still pay it out as intended, or we might reduce it a little bit. But it's very rare that you see them decide to completely eliminate the award unless it's an egregious action or a material, like total fund missed by 500 basis points or something. Like it's something really egregious.
Or it has something to do with reputational risk. Or
Exactly. So it will come down to the circumstances, I think, and how egregious or how much you underperform in those triggers that I think the committee should have a frank discussion about and really say, does it make sense to send a message here or to not?
So do you think those triggers, in respect to establishing this particular area in the policy, do you think we should have some flexibility in how these triggers work? I just need some clarification on that.
There should always be a level of discretion that the board will apply. Our intent here is to have more of a defined framework through which you can apply that discretion.
I see. Thank you very much. That clarifies it very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, no other requests to speak. Anything else? All right. Brings us to agenda item 7B, compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions. Ms. Tucker.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. In February of 2022, McLaughlin presented compensation survey data for positions covered by the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions. The data presented was based on the board-defined comparator group as defined in the policy. At that time, the board's primary compensation consultant, GGA, presented their initial findings, and the committee asked them to return this month with options to align the pay of covered positions to the market comparator group. Item 7B presents options developed by GGA to close the identified gaps in total compensation when comparing CalPERS compensation to the comparator group data. As a reminder, total compensation includes base salary, annual incentive at target, and long-term incentive at target. Brad Kelly and Peter Landers of GGA are here today to present their recommendation for the committee's consideration. The options presented by GGA are related to the classifications CalPERS uses, and they're not tied to any individual incumbent. Any action taken by the committee to modify the salary and incentive opportunity ranges for these classifications will not result in immediate base pay increases for any current employees. Base pay increases would instead continue to be considered as part of the normal year-end performance appraisal process. The only possible exception would be in the event that an incumbent's salary fell below the minimum of a new salary range following the regular annual evaluation process, in which case the incumbent would need to be moved to the minimum of the new range. Based on HR's analysis, there's only one current incumbent whose current salary could fall below the proposed new range minimum, and by less than 5%. I'd also like to let the committee know that we continue to research and gather appropriate data on the Chief Health Director position. Given the position's uniqueness to CalPERS, the HR team continues to work with GGA to identify potentially appropriate comparators. As a result, GGA will return to the committee in June with comparable data for the Chief Health Director position, along with any other relevant follow-up items that come out of today's meeting. So that does conclude my opening remarks, and I'd like to invite Mr. Kelly and Mr. Landers again to begin the presentation.
Thanks, Michelle. So what we're going to walk through, of course, is both for the executive team as well as the investment management team. And one sort of overarching statement I'd like to make, if you recall our discussion back in February, is the lion's share of the gap to the market, especially for investment staff, but even for the executive staff as well, was through the incentive opportunity. So this is pay that is at risk, that is performance-based, that will only be earned if the individual incumbents in the different roles are able to hit the objectives that are set out for them. So I think that's an important framework and message to stay here. We're not necessarily putting all of it in salary adjustments. And I think it's important for this committee to realize as well that, that is where, like the trends we talked about earlier, a lot of pension funds are moving towards getting more and more comfortable in addressing pay through added incentive opportunity levels. We know that CalSTRS a couple of years ago made some pretty sizable adjustments to their annual incentive opportunity levels, phased them in over a couple of years as one example. But it's important to keep that in mind. And you'll also note that we do note that our recommendations are quite material in a lot of ways, and that's why we have proposed and brought forward the alternative of a bridging strategy that we've seen a lot of organizations use, where you're not necessarily moving all the way all at once, although that is, within this board's and this committee's purview, you can definitely do that. But there are other strategies if you are worried about the one-time sort of adjustments all at once, of bridging that in over a couple of years. So we bring that up as well as a potential strategy moving forward. In terms of background, I won't go through all this, but we've listed all of the different jobs, executive as well as investment management positions. Michelle mentioned we're still working on the Chief Health Director role. And again, just to highlight our role in the process is really to come forward like we did in February with our observations of where the gaps were, what the cause of those gaps were, and then really this meeting coming forward with some alternatives. So we wanted to bring forward alternatives for the committee to consider, because there's never just one size that fits all or one way to approach these things. There are a couple of different alternatives that I think make sense and could definitely be used by this committee, and that's what we're bringing forward. And I remind you again, any of the changes that we're recommending or adjustments are not actually to any individual incumbents' pay at this particular time. It's for the role and the range for that role. So it's for anyone that would fill that role now and in the future. We've talked about the peer groups already, but again, to reiterate, the executive positions, a combination of leading U.S. funds, some leading Canadian funds, select California-based state agencies, as well as banks and insurance companies, so that is your private sector aspect, and then the investment team being U.S. funds, Canadian funds, U.S. corporate plan sponsors, as well as private sector organizations, and you'll see the range of private sector peers there. So both groups are blended groups, just a little bit of nuance in that the investment staff is a little bit more private sector focused, I would say, than the executive staff. And again, it's important to realize we're not targeting you at the 75th percentile or anything like that. All of the recommendations that we're bringing forward are towards the median, to make sure that you're competitive at the median of that blended peer group, so public sector and private sector peers. And being positioned at the median is quite common, it's fair, it's defensible, and almost you could argue conservative in CalPERS case, because you are definitely, when you look at even the US and the Canadian leading funds, on the higher end of the scale in terms of size. So being at the median could even be viewed as a conservative way to view it. But again, median, very fair, very defensible. And thinking through the different compensations. Again, the key findings, to reiterate again from February. Most roles, especially the investment roles, very competitive on a base salary range perspective. So really the material adjustments coming through both annual and long-term incentive adjustments. And then definitely on the executive level, we did see some more gaps from a salary perspective. And we have brought forward, as part of our recommendations, salary adjustments for those roles to get them into market. We will point out that the CEO role in particular that was reviewed, I think, 2 or 3 years ago was competitive with the market, so we're not recommending any change to the range for that role at this specific time as well. But, just wanted to touch that framework again, the key findings being that lack or that gap to market coming through the incentive more than anything else. So for the executive management positions, you can see on this page 11, the gap that, this is directly from your February meeting materials. What we did do and worked with McLaughlin based on this committee's feedback was get them to run the total compensation analysis, which included long-term incentives for those 4 roles below the CEO level, so CFO, General Counsel, COO, and System Actuary. And you can see that while long-term incentive definitely makes up less of the pay mix than when you compare to other, say, investment roles, there is an additional gap that results when you look at the median total compensation. So what that says to us is, while that blended peer group has mixed prevalence in terms of long-term incentive, there are enough roles that, that is impacting the median for those 4 roles, meaning that, there is a pretty high prevalence of long-term incentive for those 4 roles in the marketplace. And that really then begs one of the key questions I think this committee, and we welcome any questions you have on this around those 4 roles, is do we want to make the COO, the CFO, the General Counsel, and the Chief Actuary eligible to receive or possibly get a long-term incentive 5 years from now, or are we comfortable keeping them with their salary and annual incentive approach like we do now and just filling the gap more to what we call a total cash basis, so salary and annual incentive? That's a fundamental question that I think this committee, and I'm sure there are different views amongst the committee members, but that is the fundamental question for this group of folks is, do we want to make those 4 roles long-term incentive eligible or not? And once you've come up with a consensus on that and a direction you want to move forward on, it really then makes the alternative that you select that much more easier to follow through on, because you're usually going to go either with alternative 1, which we've recommended, which I'll just quickly move to that, which would make those 4 roles long-term incentive eligible, or you don't make them eligible and we just try to make some adjustments on the annual incentive side of things. So that's a fundamental question that I think needs to be answered and addressed by this committee, and then you can move forward with an approved structure moving forward. I'll circle back though to page 12, and I'll get you to focus on the red box, and those are the recommended adjustments that in our view will tie that midpoint of the range competitively to the median of that combined peer group from a salary perspective. And while we definitely believe in putting pay at risk and having the lion's share of it on pay at risk, you do want to make sure that your salary ranges are competitive. Some organizations will actually position salaries above the market with a lack of incentive when they don't pay as an incentive or pay less of an incentive. What we like to do is let's target those salaries right at the median of the market, make sure they're competitive, and then fill the gap through additional incentive opportunities. So we don't want to see salaries go way above market. We want to keep them in line with the median of the market, and that's what these recommendations on page 12 look to do for those affected roles. And I point out again that the CEO role was deemed competitive from a salary perspective, so we're not recommending any adjustment to that range at this time. So maybe I'll stop there, and are there any questions on the salary adjustments for those 4 individual roles?
There are a few questions, but I do have a question on the McLaughlin slide you put up there.
Yep.
On the far right, what are they offering in total comp?
So total comp, that would be, again, a combination of salary, annual incentive, and long-term incentive. So that total comp number for those 4 roles on the far right-hand side under market P50, that is indicating that there are some roles in your combined or blended peer group where these 4 roles are eligible for long-term incentive, and therefore, from a total compensation perspective, it is causing those numbers to be higher than they would have been when you look at the total cash number. So that's what that total comp is. It's adding long-term incentive to salary and annual incentive.
So it's like up to 3 times salary if you add it all in.
Yeah, on the CEO's market P50, there is definitely, CEOs tend to be quite prevalent with long-term incentives, but definitely the other roles, it's not necessarily that big of a gap. It's, if I look at the CFO, it's about, I'd say 200,000, give or take, 180,000, and about a couple hundred thousand for the other 3 roles. So you see, and even at the chief actuary level, a much smaller gap, because that role tends to not be as eligible for long-term incentive and not nearly eligible for as high of an opportunity level in the marketplace. So it does make a difference, but not nearly as much as when we look at the investment staff folks, what it does for those folks. So it's material, but not nearly as big as the investment staff when you look at it that way.
Thank you. Ms. Paquin.
Thank you. I had a question on this slide 11. And so when we look at the total comp and comparing the market to CalPERS,
Yep.
so it's my understanding that CalPERS is the only public fund at this point that has an LTIP. Is that correct?
The only public fund in the United States, yes. When you look at other, again, leading Canadian funds, which are part of the peer group and the private sector, you would be competing against those that do offer long-term incentive. But yes, looking specifically at U.S. funds, you would be the only ones.
So when you look at the comparison to the market 50, was that an average taking in all of our public funds in the U.S. that don't offer an LTIP? Would they be at 0 in the formula, and then you have the LTIP amount from the others?
Exactly. So there, for those roles, total cash and total compensation would be the same number. So put into the database, so it wouldn't impact, because let's just say the number was 400,000 total cash, it would be going into their statistics as 400,000 for total compensation as well.
Okay.
So it would be dragging that number down from if we had just included those roles that were long-term incentive eligible. So yes, it is a blended approach that's taking into account those that have long-term incentive and those that do not have long-term incentive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. So I think I'm confused with slide 11, which I believe is from McLaughlin, correct?
Yeah, it's us summarizing the McLaughlin stats, but yes, the
So
data points are coming from McLaughlin.
What's the percentage difference here? What is that? It's
So
negative, right? So what are we looking at?
It's saying
negative?
that, so for example, for the CFO, it's saying that you're 50% below. If you take 738 over 368, or 368 over 738, it's saying that you're 50% below that market P50 number.
Oh, okay, below the market
Yeah,
P50.
below
I
the
was trying to
market,
figure
yeah.
out where it was
Yeah.
referencing.
Yeah.
And then it's the same on the total cash.
Correct. So
Okay,
that's saying you're 33% below.
So if we're just looking at cash, and then we move on to the slide number 12,
Yeah.
this is where your CEO is up to date, but then the next 4 positions, CFO through chief actuary, these are the salary bands you're recommending? Am I
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This is salary only, so not incentives, just the salary to get the salary in line with the median of the market.
Okay, and then, and to do that, so now I'm on 13.
Yeah.
To do that is to target or max. So we're raising the annual incentive and long-term incentive percentage that we can get to. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, that
Okay.
was what's recommended.
And it's lower for a couple of other positions. The chief actuary, it's lower. It looks like we raised it for the CEO, the CFO. Did we maintain it for?
It's raised for everyone. So
It
if you
is-
look at,
Oh, I see.
everyone
It
was
was
27,
40%.
and now we're saying 70 and 60 at target.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
I wasn't looking over there. Okay. Wow, that's a big jump. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just generally an area where some more of the data for the CalPERS experience would be helpful when we look at this in June. So the recommended salary adjustments, just thinking a little bit about how this works in state service generally, and just to Ms. Taylor's point too about what would be happening with the rest of the state employees. They would be within a range. They're going to move up, say, 5% a year on a merit salary basis. They would be getting a general salary increase on top of that in any years where that's collectively bargained. But once they reach the max of the range, after that, they're generally only going to see the general salary increase, right, for however many years. And typically, we don't go adjusting the ranges unless there's a demonstrated issue. So we wouldn't necessarily just say, hey, somebody across the Street pays more money, and so that's the reason why we're going to increase the range. We would say, what kind of data do you have on how long it's taking you to fill positions, what your vacancy rate is, what your turnover is, what are your exit interviews telling you about why people leave? I would like to know some of that information about the CalPERS experience before we consider the range increases. Because what we have here is for the positions that are under the board's authority, they will be treated much differently than the rest of the employees at CalPERS. Because what we will do here, and presumably if we have another study in 2 years, is if there's any market gap, we will increase the range again. Again, those salaries will begin to grow at a much faster pace than the rest of the employees here, which is concerning to me. I think that data will also be helpful to understand the kind of total recommendation that you have. I would like to understand from your perspective a little more the need to do the annual incentive increase and the LTIP, and is it simply based on what the market comparison is? It's to just try to get to that, to be more competitive with that mid-range, or is there any other policy basis for proposing the base salary increase, the annual incentive increase, and the LTIP for these positions?
So what I can say is the recommendations have been thought out to, yes, definitely close that gap to the market. So that is part of it. But when you look at a lot of public funds, what they often will do is when they have, and I'll always say they have both buckets to play with. So they have an annual incentive and a long-term incentive. They tend to have more of a 50-50 mix between the two. So you'd be eligible for the same percentage of salary for annual incentive and the same percentage on a longer-term basis. There is a philosophy you could say that says, you know what, we want to have a little bit less on the annual side and more on the longer term incentive side. Or you could flip it and say we want more on the annual incentive and less on the long-term incentive side. What we're bringing forward in our view is not only going to close that gap from a pay level perspective, but also get you into a structure that is aligned with the market as well, and that does a good balance of rewarding people for annual achievements and, to be fair, trailing 5-year investment achievements, but also longer term will reward them for hitting that 7%, if not higher, level on an absolute basis over a 5-year period. So we've tried to, again, have the pay levels be competitive, but also in a structure that is competitive with, quite frankly, what we see other, leading funds that have long-term incentive structure their plans like.
And one thing that I can add here, and I think this is a philosophical and a change in mindset approach that we advocate all public pensions take into consideration. You may look at this and say, these are material changes. These people are paid well, and we recognize that. But you also need to look at the fact that you are almost a $500 billion investment entity that needs to have access to the talent to maintain that pension promise. It's a change in mindset, but also I think what you really need to stress here is that the incentive percentages that you see here, and on the media, this is where the media tends to twist it as well. They always tend to say, this is the max they're going to get paid, this is the max they're going to get paid. Absolutely not. This is the max they're going to be paid conditionally upon achieving the objectives and the benchmarks you put in front of them. And so if you look at the maximal levels here, the 105, the 90%, that's only if you max out on performance. And if you max out on performance, you are going to do considerably well for your members. Considerably well. And I'd like to, at this point, I'd like to quote Chair of OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, when they were dealing with this exact philosophical change. And the board was really struggling to implement proactive incentive levels. And the chair said, and I actually spoke to him last night about this, he said, I want immediate alignment between our employees and our members. And so if our members are eating steak, I want our staff to eat steak, because they allowed us to do that. However, if we have a bad year and our members have to eat hot dogs, they're eating hot dogs. And that's the alignment we want to see here. And this is the risk mitigating factor on the adjustments here, is that it's going to be on the performance side. And this is a two-pronged approach. We had a lot to present today, actually a lot more than what we're presenting today, particularly on the investment performance hurdles that you've been tracking over the years and rewarding your employees on. We've done an objective study on that, and we're going to be advocating some changes and adjustments in those hurdles, and actually really narrowing the ranges and really focusing on really hard set performance objectives that will benefit your members. So it's a two-pronged approach here. Today we're just saying, do you feel that aligning to the market is fair and objective and that you want to do this? And then the next meeting in June, we're going to say, here is how we recommend you better align that performance. And again, with the analogy that if you're eating steak, your members, your employees have allowed that to happen, and they'll be rewarded for it. But if not, they're going to be hurt. And in the exact same limelight, OMERS, if you look at their last two annual reports, their relative expense on money management and administration was a total amount in 2020 it cost them roughly about 34 basis points. Why? Because they did not hit their targets. They did not do well. 2021, the markets improved. They started to do better. They started to better apply their asset management in the light of the pandemic, and they did better, so they had higher payouts. So in 2020, they paid out roughly 34 basis points for money management and administrative expenses. In 2021, they paid out 68. So it did exactly what it was supposed to do. And this is what we would like to see your organization adopt, in something that's completely performance-driven and completely aligned with your members' best interests. That's a philosophical change that we're challenging you with, but it's the right mindset to have, because you are realistically close to a $500 billion investment entity. And if you want to continue to compete in this marketplace and to continue to evolve, this is what the successful funds that have implemented this is what they've been able to achieve.
I think that I do just want to respond to say that I think there are other considerations that this board has to take into account in this conversation, and not just being, as you say, fair to the market. I certainly would quibble with the market comparators that we have used here. But we are a public fund, and we're talking about a small group of people who would be treated a lot differently than the rest of the employees in the organization. That concerns me. We are talking about compensation levels that get much larger in comparison to most of the members of the system, right? So I think there are other things that we need to think about in terms of equity and what this sort of means. And again, no evidence yet of the problems in recruiting for some of these positions. I would like to see a little more data on where the risk is to not being able to fill these positions. I think that the other piece that's missing is there are other reasons why people work here and stay here, right? And the analysis talks about, the pension is not really a factor in a lot of these positions. I sitting on the pension board, I find it hard to take the argument that the pension is not that important. I think it is pretty important. I think that for long tenured state employees, retiree health is a very important benefit. It's not factored into this. There are reasons why people come to work here, settle in Sacramento, and stay here. And we don't have to look at what a private sector organization is paying and say we must pay that amount of money for the employee to work here. I just don't see evidence of that. People are very committed to state service and to this organization in particular. So I have some of my philosophical view is a little different than what you're presenting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll only add to that. We did, with other funds, we have done similar types of reviews, and that's definitely within this committee's purview to look at the impact that pension benefits and even the health benefits could have on pay. And when we've done that, especially, again, at these more senior level positions, we note that it doesn't make as much of an impact as you would think, because the lion's share of what these level type roles tend to make is earned through these three, I'll call it buckets, more so. But, that's definitely something within this committee's purview to look into the impact of that. And definitely, I think the health benefits is one aspect that is unique potentially to a CalPERS that may not be at other, especially in the private sector, but other entities. So that is something that could have an impact, but you'd be surprised at how it doesn't make as much of an impact on the values as you would think moving forward. So just something to keep in mind, but definitely agree. And that's why we would never advocate going fully to a full private sector numbers, because we do agree that there are lots of other intuitive benefits. Our recommendations are really just trying to, close that gap a little bit to the private sector while, staying competitive with your overall blended peer group, again, of public and private peers.
Thank you. I do have a number of other questions, but before we take them on, we do need to take our comfort break. So we'll take 15 minutes, and we will return, and everybody will stay in the queue. Back to order, and the next person up, oh wait, well, we gotta wait for Brad.
I can start, and then he can join when he's ready.
Well, probably, you should probably hear all of it anyway, so we'll wait a minute.
Okay.
Don't run, we waited for you. So all we need is a comp issue, he falls in the chairs. On premises. All right, next up is Ms. Middleton.
Thank you. And Brad and Peter, thank you. A few comments at this point as we move towards June. I really appreciate what you are presenting to us and the manner in which you're presenting it. It is a very significant cultural change for this organization, and I find myself in substantial agreement with Ms. Ortega in terms of the implications of that kind of cultural change, and whether or not that's one that we take on in smaller bites over a longer period of time or try to digest all at once, I think is going to be a very good conversation for us as a board. I very much appreciate the idea of long-term incentives being built in. And I come at that with the bias that not only as a pension fund, but as a long-term civil servant, there's nothing that is more of a long-term incentive than the pensions that we have created for 2 million people, and we have proven over and over again the importance of long-term stability that comes from those kinds of incentives. So I want to move forward with that. I need to understand when we are making comparisons to, as I understand it, 50 different organizations, in some depth who those 50 are, what their histories are, and a lot more about them. Comparables we're all somewhat familiar with, and we all know the ups and downs of what comparables can take and present to us. So I want to see more detailed data on who that 50 is. The last is an observation that I've had a few times now in making presentations to stakeholders, most particularly members who have retired from the organization, and specifically with the CIO's salary. When I'm able to say to them, she will get X $100,000, but that means that the PERF fund will have increased by X millions of dollars. That is a connection that people can get. When I say something along the lines of a bonus of X hundreds of thousands of dollars could be achieved, and here are the 25 different variables that are going to go into how that is going to be calculated, eyes glaze over and nobody gets it, and I shouldn't say everyone, a substantial number of people come to the conclusion that no matter what the performance is, somehow or another, those multiple variables are going to come out producing the maximum result. And I know that's not what you're intending to do. But if we're going to be able to successfully market this to our stakeholders and to our members, it has to be a very specific, tangible number where we're comparing dollars gained by certain key personnel to specific dollar increases in perf balances that our members can appreciate.
Great points, and we can definitely try and quantify that for the June meeting. The only thing I will point out, there was a comment around the peer group and understanding more. The February McLaughlin report does have some pretty good detail, I believe, on the public pension funds and the state agencies that were used. We would have to work with staff and with McLaughlin to get a little bit more detail on the private sector peers, because I know they, I think there's some confidentiality reasons there. They can't necessarily disclose as much detail. But we can definitely look and see what level of detail they can provide. Maybe it's size ranges or something like that to give a little bit more color to that McLaughlin sort of more the private sector database. But the pension fund peers, the state agencies and such, that has already been detailed in the McLaughlin February report. But we can definitely bring that back in June and just refresh the committee on who those comparables were.
And I will go back and take a look at that report, but I would say when it comes to data that has to be kept confidential as to who the source is, we need to know what the impact of that data was on the totality of what the recommendation is, because it's data that we don't have actually in front of us.
Understood.
Great, thank you. I want to thank you both for the way you're presenting, and especially the way you're taking the feedback, because I know it feels like darts sometimes, but we challenged you with this. So we knew that we were shaking things up and it was going to be a different world for us, and it's hard to grasp sometimes. But I will tell you, when we talk about the retention and recruitment process, from my perspective, our biggest challenge is our sister across the street over there, across the river. That's where our biggest issue is going to be with recruitment and retention, if we can't keep a level balance, especially on the investment side of the house. So as you move forward into June, I'd like to see a better comparison between our staff side and the CalSTRS staff side, so that we can make sure that's not where we're losing our folks to, because they're going to stay in Sacramento. I don't think we have a big of an issue losing to private sector, et cetera, but we will have on that issue. So just bear that in mind, please. Next, I have Ms. Paquin. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could address your comments there. First off, darts are part of our job, right? But what we feel most passionately about is the fact that you need to ask these questions, you need to address these concerns, because as you move forward, you need to be convinced that this is the best thing to do. This is your fiduciary duty. But that being said, and we appreciate the challenge, and we encourage it, but might I remind this board about when we were first interviewed for this opportunity, we actually said the exact same thing to yourselves, that we fully intend on challenging you and challenging your paradigms, your beliefs, and it's a two-way street here. And so we're fully engaged. We hope you are too. And everything we do is in the best interest of your members and the sustainability of your fund. And it's what we truly believe. It's why we work with pensions. It's why we do what we do.
Great, thank you. Ms. Paquin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to thank you for the presentation. It's been very informative this morning, and from controller's perspective, we do have great staff here, and we do want to recognize that and retain that. But we absolutely support the comments that Ms. Ortega made and the request for additional data, and also agree with Ms. Middleton's request for additional data about the comparison group. Because this is a public fund, it is a public trust, and we are representing the members. And Controller also sits in the CalSTRS board, and whenever we talk about compensation there, I know your colleague has probably shared with you, we always put on the hat of saying they represent teachers, and what would teachers think? And likewise, we represent public employees, the state, local level, so how do they view this as well, too? And of course, we want to see the fund continue to grow and be successful and be sustainable. I did appreciate the fact that you are looking at the benchmarks for the incentive calculations on the investment side, and again, I think that would be helpful to see that as we're looking at these changes. It's hard to approve something now and then see how it's going to actually be implemented later on. I don't think that's a great practice. And just curious if we're also looking at any additional incentive changes for these positions, the executive team positions.
So you'll actually see it's in one of the next items. Item 8 on the incentive metrics for 2022-23. You will see we have made some, again, these are preliminary, these are for discussion. We'll come forth with more finalized recommendations for the CEO in particular, and then we'll work with the CEO to implement any thoughts that the board has below that level. But essentially what we are trying to do for those specific executive positions is currently there is no direct tie to the total fund investment performance, and that would be an area where we would like to Brad's point, talking about quantitative metrics, move towards a little bit of weighting on the total fund. So again, to your point about being able to more justify the incentive awards, if you're generating the total fund results that are, adding that value add for members, that's directly tying in then to the rewards that some of these executive roles are receiving. And so that is, we'll talk about a little bit more in item number 8, but that is one of the adjustments we are talking about, is making that adjustment, among others that would affect more the investment staff more than anything, and then some more tweaking in terms of how certain areas of customer service and that are measured. But we'll get to that in agenda item 8.
Okay, and the controller does not sit on this compensation committee. However, I think the same point is for these positions as well, too. It's very difficult to, if this is going to be an action item today, to take action on something when we haven't really seen the full picture and then what the changes would represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you for pointing out item 8, because I had looked at that earlier, too, and was trying to compare it to item 7 a little bit. I think our investment staff and looking at long-term and annual incentive is probably a great idea. I think where I'm running into a little bit of trouble here is when we move into the executive staff for this. And you said something that your Canadian person of the Canadian fund you were talking about, if they eat steaks, we eat steaks. But I have to remind everybody that the average pension in our pension is $35,000, and you can't live in California on $35,000. So we all may be eating steaks, but our pensioners certainly aren't eating steaks at the price of steaks right now. So we do have to think about that, and then we have to think about our rank and file. I said this earlier, our rank and file employees, and if we're reviewing this every 2 years, this is where I get concerned. I'm not necessarily concerned if maybe we put one or the other in, and then make sure that we look at it every couple of years, make sure that we're kind of on top of where we should be to retain our folks. But I see us climbing a slippery slope with our executive staff just continually increasing, where the CFO, the CEO, general counsel, these aren't positions that I'm seeing us turn over very quickly. But I will agree with Ms. Ortega. Maybe we should see some of those stats that you guys are talking about. And then on item 8, you brought it to my attention, the quantitative versus the qualitative. And I think we need to see, you said that it's not up to standard, so we need to see some of those stats too, I think.
And the only thing I'll say to that is, definitely these are more material adjustments, because for a lot of these roles there hasn't been a detailed study like this done in some time. We would anticipate, much like when we looked at, say, the CEO role or even the CIO role when we adopted that a year or two ago, if you're doing more incremental reviews every couple of years, we wouldn't be seeing and wouldn't expect to see as material changes as what are required right now. So we would expect more tweaking, if not things just staying status quo. You can remind you again that a lot of the salaries are remaining status quo because there was no need to adjust them. So we would anticipate that once we go to more of a every 2-year structure, we wouldn't have to make nearly as large an increase in those 2-year intervals as what is required at this specific time. So just pointing that out for the committee's review.
Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Brad and Peter, for your presentation here. So I have a question regarding back to the comparator group. And I was looking at it again. I saw that the private sector part of it, it had the banks and it had the insurance company. Did you ever consider the credit unions in that pool, since they have certain similar philosophy in terms of cooperative nonprofit, and they are several large credit unions in the United States that could fit within this parameter?
Historically, that has not been part of the policy of this committee. That would be something that we'd probably want to have the committee discuss and maybe make a change to the policy to add those credit unions into the peer group. But definitely, if that was the direction of this committee, any future benchmark reviews could definitely consider those credit unions. But as of now, the policy and what was followed in terms of conducting this review didn't contemplate including credit unions in the peer group. But I know you're a relatively new member, so potentially, with some new ideas on the board, maybe that's something for this committee to consider. But according to the policy, we really looked at the peer groups to align with what the policy laid out, and so the credit unions at this time were not contemplated.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So
Yeah.
thank you very much for that question.
No other questions? Please continue.
Perfect. I don't know how much further we want to go in, because we've talked a lot about the executive staff. We talked about annual versus long-term incentive. The second alternative was really looking at just closing a gap to annual incentive, so not including long-term incentive. So we've talked a lot about that, so I think I'll skip through that specific piece. And then I'll speak to the investment staff. And the big thing I want to remind the group here is that we're recommending very few, just one slight tweak to the salary ranges. Most of the roles on the investment side were already competitive with the market, just that one tweak at the associate investment manager level. And so again, this is something that we want to make sure the salary is competitive in line with the median of the market, but we don't necessarily see needing to increase it anything beyond that. So all of these were deemed reasonable. And then really the biggest change being, again, these annual and long-term incentive opportunity levels for the investment staff to get them more in line with the market. And again, we note there are some material adjustments required here. And what I think I'll do, though, is really go to the bridging strategy, because we've had a lot of discussion. These are very large material increases. And we've worked with a lot of organizations, both in pension fund settings, but also private sector, and that say to themselves, what, these are large material adjustments. And so how about we try and stunt the impact of these adjustments, or even give ourselves an annual checkpoint to sort of say, how are we performing? Are we generally performing well? Are we not performing as well? Sort of give yourselves a chance to sort of implement over time some of these adjustments as opposed to all at once. And so what we've brought forward, which could obviously, you could do it over 2 years or even over 3 years, is this idea of staggering and going to higher incentive opportunity levels over a 2-year period. So you wouldn't go all the way for 2022-23, you'd go, say, half the way for 2023, and then the following half in 2024. So that is a strategy that we've seen a lot of organizations use that are dealing with these more material increases, which gets you to the market, albeit just over a longer period of time, and also gives you as a committee and the board a chance to have that, 1 year from now, have that discussion to say, are we moving in the right direction? Maybe the financial climate's not going as well, the market's gone on a downturn, and even, potentially put that on a freeze or a hold for now. But it gives you that additional checkpoint through the process, full point, or stay sort of at that halfway point. So we bring that forward as a potential strategy to consider and have a discussion about. Obviously, we'll be coming back in June with more information, some more finalized recommendations from there. But this is something we wanted to bring forward for the committee's view to really have a discussion on whether this bridging strategy has some merit, and if this is something you'd like to explore to phase in some of these more material adjustments over time. And while it's not listed here, we could even work with staff to implement that with the salary recommendations as well. So we wouldn't necessarily go all the way in year 1, maybe we go half the way in year 2 to increase the ranges. So just another potential strategy for discussion on, whether the committee, thinks this is appropriate moving forward. And if so, we can definitely build that into the additional information we provide in June to the committee.
Okay.
And really, that's it. Really, the next steps, we've talked about them already, is really to, take the feedback we've heard today, get that additional information and data that's been requested, and then come forth with more, sort of a solid, one recommendation on a go-forward basis. And, obviously, we'll touch base as well as part of what Brad was saying around some of the principles of the policy as well. So as part of those discussions as well, we can also circle back on any thoughts you have before June on this specific item. So would that open up to any last questions on this specific item? And then we can move on to agenda item 8.
All right, any other questions on agenda item 7B? Ms. Taylor.
Sorry about that. So the bridging, I thought that was a good idea. The bridging would help us get there better, easier, and it could also allow us to put a stop, is what you're saying, if we're seeing like market tank or whatever.
Exactly. You would have that ability to take that into account and say, you know what, for now we'll stay with sort of this, at the year 1 numbers, and we'll reassess in another year. So it gives you that little checkpoint to do that, to make those comparisons.
And you had said, I don't know if you had said this or not, I know that Rob had talked about making sure that we're not having our folks poached by CalSTRS. So do we have a comparative for CalPERS, and did you guys already work with them on this, and they already have the structure? And so
yeah, we're the lead consultant there as well, and we've worked with them. They haven't implemented long-term incentive as of yet. They're still working through if they want to or not. But on the annual incentive, we had, this is about, I want to say 18 months ago or 24 months ago, had done a similar study to this, looked at their specific peer group, which is slightly different than yours, and had noted some more material adjustments, and they had phased it in, I believe, over a 2-year period, some of those adjustments. So that is something that they have used in the past to, again, bridge some of this larger gap to the market. But we will come back, like Rob had mentioned, and speak to how you directly compare to them. Obviously, the long-term incentive will definitely place you on a total compensation basis, pretty competitive with them. But I think you'll see at the salary and an annual incentive, you'll see, you're pretty much in line with them, give or take. But we'll present that exact information at the June meeting. But yeah, a bridging strategy is something they've done in the past to make some of these more material adjustments. So it is something that's, typical market practice, albeit some organizations will say, no, you know what, we just want to rip the Band-Aid off, and this is the gap, and we'll close it right away. So either approach can be defended. It's really about what this committee and the board is comfortable with at the end of the day.
All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other requests from the board, we do have a couple of requests from the audience. In person, we have Ms. Fentwell. Please come on down to the microphone. Give your name for the record. You have up to 3 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll take our phone person after you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Elnora Hunter Fretwell. I'm CSER Executive Vice President. This is my first time sitting here speaking and talking, so hopefully I'm doing this right.
Welcome.
I wanted to make a comment on the 7B when it was talking about incentives. Now, I was a CalSTRS employee for 29 years, so a state employee. So I have a little bit of insight on incentives and what you pay upper management and how rank and file and managers felt about those. But we stayed because of our health care and our pension. It wasn't wasn't so much about the money because we knew we could make more money somewhere else. And we also stayed because of the morale and our second family that we met there at our job. So we was there. But we also had people in-house that went for the higher job. So it was never that I know of, working for 29 years for the state, that no one was out there to take over the CEO job, the CFO job. None of those jobs. It was always someone there. So I love what Ms. Ortega said, and also when Lisa Middleton, agreed to those things like that. It's like it's other things that we can give versus high-paying money to our executive. They already make a lot of money already, and I've never seen none of them leave either. They stayed until they pretty much retired. So I just want to say that to the people that did a presentation today. It's like we stay more than just for money. It's other things out there than money. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your perception. Appreciate that. Mr. Takeharts, we have someone on the phone?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Correct. We do have one public caller, JJ Jelencic. Go ahead, JJ.
JJ Jelencic, beneficiary, addressing my fiduciaries. I know I'm repeating myself. I expect my comments to be ignored again. However, you will not be able to say, I didn't even think about that. You are not approving the criteria today, although later at the board level, you're going to approve a strategic plan that tracks metrics and is as being on target if the metric is not worse than at any point in the last 4.5 years. You should, but I point out, you will get the behavior you incentivize. So make sure you are rewarding the behavior you want, those behaviors that define success. You should not be providing bonuses to employees for doing their job. That's what a paycheck is for. Let me pick on the CFO, since most people don't really know quite what his job is. If he simply does his job, he currently gets a 27% bonus. It is proposed to increase that to 60% for doing his job. The CIO gets a bonus equal to 76% of salary for meeting expectations, i.e. doing their job. The CEO could get another 100% for meeting long-term expectations. So potentially base salary plus 176% of salary for doing the job. The proposal is to increase that 76 to 150% and double the long-term incentive. Again, not for doing the job, not for exceptional performance, not for exceeding expectations, just doing the job. Let me contrast that with the investment officers 3. They have a potential bonus of 20%, but that program requires work above and beyond their normal job. Bonuses should be paid for going above and beyond. Bonuses should not be paid for doing your job. Thank you.
No further public comments on the line, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That'll take us to agenda item 8A, annual review. Ms. Tucker.
Should not be paid for doing your job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 8A is an information item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the board's primary compensation consultant. GGA will present their initial analysis and observations on the incentive metrics for the committee's consideration and discussion. They've reviewed the existing metrics, past performance data, and reviewed information so far on the 2022 through 27 CalPERS strategic plan to ensure alignment. Based on the committee's feedback, they'll return in June of 2022 with final recommendations for implementation in fiscal year 22-23. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions. This two-step approach will ensure alignment to the organization's goals and board priorities by allowing GGA to gather your feedback as well as utilize anything the board approves later today during the second reading of the CalPERS 22 through 27 strategic plan. When GGA returns in June, they'll provide final recommendations on incentive metrics, including fund performance, stakeholder engagement, customer service, investment office CEM, and enterprise operational effectiveness. At that time, they'll also provide a detailed probability analysis based on historical fund performance for total fund and asset class performance for the committee's consideration, related to hurdle rates and market practices. GGA has been working closely with Wilshire, the board's primary investment consultant, to gather the data for the analysis. So that concludes my opening remarks, and I'll invite once more Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation.
Thanks, Michelle. So you'll see that it's, instead of a presentation, it is more of a memo style to the committee. And what we've really done in this memo is tried to address some of the sort of clarifying questions that were brought up to us in the past year or so around, how to tweak some of how certain things are measured, what to include, exclude from certain calculations, and then also reflecting back on what's typical market practice as relates to investment performance, basing it on total fund and on asset class performance. To summarize, and this is something we said last year as well, we actually don't think that the areas that you're measuring as part of your incentive program on the annual incentive are flawed. We actually like the areas you've gone to in terms of looking not only at total fund performance, but looking at operational effectiveness, customer service, member satisfaction, those type of things, all things that pension funds should be measuring, because it's not, as much as, yes, it's an investment entity, there are other important aspects, especially for the CEO and for other non-investment related roles that, require member satisfaction, being very courteous and being fast in terms of responding to member requests, being efficient in terms of how you allocate costs and make sure those overhead costs are kept within a reasonable range. Making sure you're relatively in line with other funds, which is the CEM total cost benchmarking piece as well. So we really don't see anything fundamentally flawed in the buckets that you're using. What we have said and what's addressed in this memo is, in some cases, not in all cases, the weightings that are allocated to certain metrics, we feel could be tweaked. A couple of ones that come to mind is for those non-investment roles, placing some weighting on the total fund investment performance. And what we typically see in the marketplace is, in total, 25% of a CFO or a COO's annual incentive being tied to total fund results. And when you look at in our appendix what we're recommending, there'd be a 15% weighting on sort of total fund performance against the benchmark, and then the 10% tied still to total fund investment office results, so the CEM. So in total, 25% weighting on that. So that would align those roles more with the marketplace and with other pension funds. And then the other big material adjustment we are saying is, and we're not saying, I know last year we came forth with, call it a more aggressive recommendation, but we're saying, especially with a new CIO coming on board and having a chance to really understand their vision for the investment office, their vision for the team as a whole, for asset class professionals, starting to bridge in a small weighting, and I think we've allocated 15% or so on asset class performance for those specific asset class professionals. We will work with Marcy and your CIO to implement that, because we know that you as a committee and board are really just focused on the CEO. But that's another area where the buckets you're measuring are good, we're just tweaking the weightings that are allocated to those. So that's more, maybe I'll stop there and just high level before we get into some of the more little nitty-gritty questions. Are there any concerns with our thoughts and recommendations on those specific, either the buckets that we're measuring or the weighting that we're tying to those buckets?
I don't see any comments.
Okay, perfect. So One thing we were asked in particular was on the operational effectiveness piece. There are certain costs relating with, I think it's retirement credits or leave credits that are currently outside of management's control that literally someone can accrue outside of CalPERS, but CalPERS is sort of on the hook to pay that if someone retires during the year. And there was a question that was posed to us to say, is that a common number or figure that should be included when measuring the operational effectiveness and the overhead costs of the organization? And so our view and opinion is, things like that really are outside of management's control. Well, ultimately, in an ideal world, you'd probably want to look at what have they accumulated at CalPERS specifically and try to measure that in. Our understanding is the administrative burden of that is way too high to try and get into that level of granular detail. So in those types of situations where it's something that if someone's been working in the California State Service for 40 years, but they've only worked at CalPERS for say 10 years, and you're still paying that other 30 years due to state statutes, we would say that ultimately those kind of numbers should be excluded from that calculation when you're determining what performance is on that metric. And staff might be able to speak to this. I don't think it's a material amount that it'll change the result all that much, but it was something that was asked of us for clarity. And then the other question was due to, I think there's some certain questions under the employee engagement surveys where there was a concern brought that they're not getting as many responses as they would like, and is that then making the data maybe more skewed or less reliable in terms of relying incentive payments on? And we understand that currently through the strategic plan there has been some new metrics that are being worked on as part of that strategic plan that CalPERS performance will be measured on in the coming years. And so we would advocate that, let's make sure that once the strategic plan is approved, we align the metrics that we're measuring to that strategic plan so there is clear alignment between the strategic plan and what you're trying to incent your people. Because again, as we mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that you're incenting people and paying them for the results and performance that you want from them as set out in the strategic plan. And so those are some of the key recommendations that we're bringing forward. And we will, of course, be circling back in June to provide specific and finalized recommendations in terms of what those performance hurdles will look like and any switches or changes or tweaks that would be made to those specific metrics.
Mr. Chair, can I make one clarifying statement? It wasn't employee engagement, it was stakeholder engagement as the survey that we just want to make sure that we clarify that.
So that was, that's sort of the key sort of Cole's notes of the memo that was presented to you as part of agenda item 8. Happy to take any questions that people might have on any of the specific recommendations or the analysis that's contained in the appendices and what have you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is way in the weeds, but I can't help myself on the lump sum retirement issue. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that the fund has no control over them, because I would ask questions like, do you have leave reduction plans for the people over the caps? Are you enforcing the cap? Things like that. So I think it would be important to know that. But the other thing is that you may inherit an employee with a big balance, but you may lose an employee to another department with a big balance. And I think generally we think of it as a bit of a wash. So given that it's probably not material, I would just leave this item alone. But if in fact it is material, maybe we look at what CalPERS is doing to manage balances, and then maybe it makes sense to make that change. Thank you.
No other requests? Thank you. Bring this to 7B, summary of committee direction. Mr. Hoffner.
Let me see if I can do this. I think I took 4 major points down. I think a lot of it was really...
Your microphone died.
I'm not going to touch it.
I think that was a subliminal message.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. I'll be quick then. Really about, so attracting and retaining, where are we getting talent, where are we losing talent to, exit survey or exit data, a better understanding of the history of the comparator groups, and then data, I guess, exit data, again, particular to maybe how it reflects against CalSTRS in those areas. So I think that's the majority of what I heard in some variation. So, Marina, did I miss something?
Just to make sure that.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
Just to make sure that it's specific on the, vacancy.
Oh, yeah. I just want to kind of capture that as.
Time to hire, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, full board, 12:15? Yeah. All right, we will adjourn this meeting, and the full board meeting will start at 12:15. Thanks for being here. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you very much.
right, everybody, good afternoon. Don't talk loud enough. Good afternoon. Welcome to the board meeting open session. First order of business is roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Rob Fechner.
Good afternoon.
Sertan Asanamas for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Irene Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Shonda Wesley.
Excused.
Lynn Packman for Betty Yee.
I keep waiting for him.
Madam Chair, all is in presence, and an excused absence from Shonda Wesley.
All right, thank you. Next, I need approval of the April 19th, 2022 Board of Administration timed agenda. Moved by Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Pacheco. I was going to say your whole name. All right, so any discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Mr. Fechner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Since we
Hand over heart. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. I'm not used. All right, thank you. Our agenda item 4 is my report. So good afternoon, everyone. We are no longer in the morning. First, I wanted to start this afternoon by congratulating Mr. Rubalcaba on his reappointment to our board. On March 30th, the Senate Rules Committee, chaired by Senate President Pro Tem Toni Atkins, reappointed Ramon. In her announcement, she said that she was heartened that we can retain such a talented and effective leader to continue the substantial responsibility of managing the largest public pension fund in the nation. And we wholeheartedly agree, so congratulations, Ramon. And this week is Earth Day, this Friday. Given CalPERS' commitment to sustainability and addressing the risks of climate change, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. Earth Day was first celebrated in 1970, and every April 22nd marks the anniversary of the birth of the modern environmental movement. In the decades leading to the first Earth Day, Americans were consuming vast amounts of leaded gas through massive, inefficient automobiles. Industries produced smoke and sludge with little fear of the consequences, and air pollution was commonly accepted. Times have changed, and so has CalPERS' view of climate change risks on our investment portfolio. We actively address long-term sustainability issues through advocacy, corporate engagement, and integration of climate data through research into our investment decision-making. We still have a lot of work to do. But I am confident we are on the path to protect our portfolio and our members' retirement security. And that concludes my report. I'll turn to Ms. Frost for your report.
Good afternoon, President Taylor and members of the board. I'd like to start my report today, I was going to say this morning, by officially welcoming Nicole Musico to CalPERS as our new Chief Investment Officer. Nicole is in her first month. She started on March 28th, and she's already spent a deal of time meeting with the investment office, each of the asset class heads, all of the various teams, and getting up to speed on the recent strategic asset allocation decisions that were made by the board board. She also had an opportunity to attend the stakeholder meeting last week and to introduce herself to our stakeholder leaders. Her 16 years of experience in the pension industry, in addition to her direct investment experience in both the public and private markets, really did make Nicole the ideal person to lead our investment office. You'll be hearing more from her at our June investment committee meeting, but just taking a quick moment to join me in welcoming Nicole to the team.
There you go.
She was using an abundance of caution with some of her travels. I think she picked up either allergies in Sacramento or a cold in her travels. Turning to this month's business, yesterday the Finance and Administration Committee approved the annual budget for the 2022-23 fiscal year. As you know, our goal is always to maintain and improve the level of service that we provide to our members and to our employers and to our various stakeholder groups, while also identifying operational efficiencies and implementing the approved strategic plan initiatives. We do continue to rely on our enterprise pooling to place resources where they're needed most. So I believe this is the 6th budget cycle where we have not requested any changes to or additions to our PYs. We actually reduced our PY count last budget cycle. We are fully aware that our administrative expenses are paid from a trust fund, and we do everything we can to keep those within a reasonable range. Our cost per member has reduced again this year, while the service scores have remained constant. We'll provide you with a more thorough benchmarking update later this year, I'm hoping in the September timeframe, and that update will include the investment side, showing the value of the investment office with the amount of fees or the low fees that are being taken or being paid, as well as the administrative side that shows the cost per member, the complexity, IT capability, just to name a few. Later today, Sabrina Hutchins, who's just behind me here, will be back to present you with the second reading of the 5-year strategic plan that will go into effect on July 1. The plan includes 5 areas of focus with 51 targeted measures designed to track incremental progress and to provide accountability for our work over the span of the plan. Of those 51 measures, 24 are new. Performance targets are both quantitative and qualitative. I know we spoke about that a bit at the committee earlier today, but it's really dependent on the strategy and how best to track the implementation on what has been determined as quantitative or qualitative. So I really encourage you to engage with her in those areas. Turning now to some data that I'd like to share with you as that we've collected as a part of our returning to the office. Remember, we returned into our hybrid schedules for the most part on March 1. The majority of the office is returning 3 days per week with up to 2 days authorized remote. We've calculated that prior to the pandemic, our employees drove or used public transit, but for the most part drove for over 441,000 miles. Today, those figures have been reduced by over 40%. And at the request of team members, we've also developed a dashboard of COVID statistics, which can be viewed on the intranet. And the dashboard does provide a monthly view of the percentage of team members in the office on any day of the week. It includes our vaccination rate and COVID cases among team members. That was something that our team, as we were transitioning back into the office, I felt that data was really important for the whole enterprise to know, and not just through our contact tracing program. Today, our overall vaccination rate is 87.6%. We've had 27 COVID cases reported since March 1, and only 2 of those have resulted from exposures in the actual workplace. I'm also pleased to announce that CalPERS has received the WELL, W-E-L-L, Health Safety Rating for Facility Management and Operations from the International Well Building Institute. CalPERS received certification basically around cleaning and sanitation, emergency preparedness, air and water quality management, and available health resources for all 3 of our Sacramento campus buildings. And I know that that was also reassuring as we've announced that to the enterprise as people have been coming back into the office. On another note of good news, I'm happy to report that our document management center, some of you may also call this part of our mailroom and our imaging team. They did reach a first ever milestone. The team met its service level agreements for 300 business days in a row, dating back to January 22nd of 2021. In that time, they processed over 742,000 incoming pieces of mail and scanned approximately 3 million pages. I had a chance to celebrate with the team last week. It was really fun to see the energy. And remember, this is the team that's been on site from day one. So I think we all, need to understand that this group went through the early parts of the pandemic when so much was unknown, showed up every day and did not hit or did not miss their service level in that entire time. So a big congratulations again to them. Looking ahead to some future engagements, I will be participating in the World Economic Forum at the end of this month with Kusong Lee, the CEO of Carlyle, who is one of our private equity partners. We'll be discussing the work that we've created together on long-term sustainability in the private markets, also called the Data Convergence Project. Some of you may be more familiar with that term. We do believe that private equity, with its full ownership governance model, the long-term investment horizon, and then also some freedom from short-term pressures, is well placed to lead the way in capturing value through the sustainable transformation of investments. As part of the forum, we'll release a white paper, and I'll get that white paper out to all of you in advance. And now just a quick update on the special election for the vacant seat on the CalPERS board representing public agency members. Ballot packages containing voting information, candidate statements, a paper ballot, and a prepaid return envelope were mailed to eligible members on April 15th. As with previous board elections, members can vote online, you can vote by phone, and you can vote by paper ballot. The deadline to vote is May 16th. To help members better understand where candidates stand on particular issues, a virtual candidate forum will be offered again this year. It will be moderated by the League of Women Voters, and it will be held on April 27th. So more information on the election and the forum is available on the board election page of our website. And then just one final item before I close. Next month on May 25th, we'll hold our annual award ceremony to honor this year's class of APEX recipients. There are 19 of them. The APEX Award stands for Achieving Performance Excellence, and it's the highest honor that a CalPERS team member can receive for their contributions to our work in serving members. This is a peer-generated award. Over the years, team members have been recognized for their dedication to our core values, to customer service, their technical proficiency, their interpersonal skills. We do believe interpersonal skills, as well as the, the more technical talent, is extremely important, especially in leadership roles, and their ability to collaborate and achieve operational excellence. With that, I'd like to ask this year's honorees to stand, and they're in the room. If I could have them stand. And we do have one member from our San Diego office who's watching. I should say one recipient from our San Diego office who is watching online. So with that, that does conclude my report, President Taylor, and happy to take questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the board right now. But thank you, Ms. Frost. We do have to backtrack. I just got notified that we have some public commenters. We have one person, I believe in person, Mr. Serrano. I need to advise you, if you're going to comment on your case, we can't hear that. If you're going to comment on general information, we can hear that.
Yes, Madam President. Where should I go?
Right here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam President, honorable board members. I apologize. I had a pre-made script I wanted to speak from, but rather I'd like to speak general comments in regards to policy matters and just touch on a couple of government statutes. One, I'm a CalPERS member with over 31 years of service credit. Currently, I'm a city employee, and I'm assigned to a work assignment created by the city of Santa Ana. That work assignment is a labor position. Just wanted to touch on, contrary to current opinions or staff opinion, the law, there's not, okay.
Can't.
Okay. Government Code 2636 allows an employer to create any work assignment it deems necessary to fill the needs
You're
of
still
their...
commenting on the case, sir. I can't have you do that before.
On government code?
Yeah, you're
I think that's
basically commenting on the case.
Well, that's... I can't speak on a government law, Madam President.
Have you got anything else on policy you want to talk about?
Specifically to government code section, yes. On a particular case, no. Just on that government code section, if I may proceed.
Ms. Taylor, if I may make a suggestion, if Mr. Serrano has general matters, he can speak to them at the public comment section
At the end of the
meeting. But if it's touching on his case, that is not permitted.
Yeah. So from our general counsel, these government codes you're quoting are touching on your case. So you can do this at the end of the meeting. You can make these comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Takearts, we have 3 people on the phone, I believe.
Madam President, 2 of them will be in a similar scenario as the previous commenter, so we'll refer them to the end of the meeting. There is one requesting public comment on a different matter, and so I'll go ahead and put him on with your permission.
Okay, go ahead.
We have Wayne.
I couldn't hear the last name.
Go ahead, Mr. Quinn.
Good afternoon, CalPERS. My name is Wayne J. Quinn Jr., and I am the Executive Director for the Los Angeles County Professional Peace Officers Association. Back in 2018, our organization was proud and is on the legislative record as supporting SB Senate Bill 1085 that was sponsored by Services Employee International Union and authored by Senator Skinner. According to the author, and I quote, "This bill ensures that public employees are able to take a leave of absence to represent their union without losing their job or benefits during the time they are performing union duties." SB 1085's title was...
I have to interrupt you. I'm
an
sorry.
Act to add section...
I need to interrupt you. Go ahead, Matt.
This would also appear to be with respect to Mr. Serrano's case, but I also note that public comment is supposed to be about the board president's report if it pertains or if it's being attempted with respect to item 4. The place for general public comment is at the end of the session. So there is an opportunity to comment, but if it pertains to an administrative law case that is pending before you...
I'm happy to do so.
Okay.
So thank you. All right, thank you. Let's move on to 6A. Did we do that already? 6A and B and C. So they're action consent items. I didn't have...
approval.
Thank you. So I've move approval by Mr. Fechner, second by Mr. Miller. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're moving on to item 7, information consent. I did not receive a request to remove anything from information consent. So we will move on to item 9, which is our vice president. I'm sorry, item 8, reports on the committees. I'm sorry, it was so faded I couldn't say it. So go ahead. Our first one is pension and health, I believe. We don't have investment. Sorry, we do not have investment committee. So our first report is pension and health. Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Pension Health Benefits Committee met on April 18, 2022. The committee recommends and I move the board approve the following. Agenda item 6A, approve staff's recommendation to pursue the proposed regulation defining limited duration employment.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry. I did hear a no. Did I hear a no?
Still carries.
Okay. So motion still carries.
The
Go ahead.
The committee heard public comment on the following topics: appreciation for phone-in public comment, a suggestion to include the full board for PHBC, concern over the Medicare Direct Contracting Program, and discussion of a letter California State retirees sent asking to halt the program. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the June PHBC meeting. The committee will review preliminary 2023 Health Maintenance Organization and Preferred Provider Organization plan rates and state annuitant contribution formula. The next meeting of the PHBC is scheduled for June 14th, 2022 in Sacramento, California. That ends my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our next report is the Finance Administration Committee meeting, I believe, and that is Ms. Middleton. Can you press your... Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance and Administration Committee met, excuse me, on April 18, 2022. The committee recommends, and I move, the board approve the following. Agenda item 4B, approve April 22, 2022 prospective report of solicitations, contracts, purchase orders, and letters of engagement.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Agenda item 4C, approve the 1959 Survivor Benefit Program Actuarial Valuation Report as of June 30, 2021, and the transmittal letter to the Governor and the Legislature. Adopt the employer and employee monthly premiums for fiscal year 2022-23.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Agenda item 4D, approve the June 30, 2021 Judges Retirement System Actuarial Valuation Report and the corresponding transmittal letter to the Governor and Legislature, including lowering the inflation assumption from 2.5% to 2.3% and changes to the assumed mortality and retirement rates as outlined below and in the valuation report. Adopt the use of new demographic and economic assumptions, including inflation and salary growth, in all affected member calculations. The discount rate for benefit calculations and service credit purchases is the same as that used for the Judges Retirement II system, namely 6.0%.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Agenda item 4E, approve the June 30, 2021 Judges Retirement System 2 Actuarial Valuation Report and the corresponding transmittal letter to the Governor and Legislature, including lowering the discount rate assumption from 6.5 to 6.0%, lowering the inflation assumption from 2.5 to 2.3, and changes to the assumed mortality and retirement rates as outlined below and in the valuation report. Adopt the employer contribution rate of 23.23% and a member contribution rate of 16% of salary for members, subject to the Public Employees Retirement Pension Reform Act of 2013, PEPRA, for the period July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023, for the Judges Retirement System 2, JRS. Adopt the use of the new demographic and economic assumptions.
Motion by committee. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Approve the June 30, 2021 Legislators Retirement System Actuarial Valuation Report and the corresponding transmittal letter to the Governor and the Legislature, including lowering the discount rate assumption from 5 to 4.5%, lowering the inflation assumption from 2.5 to 2.3%, and changes to the assumed mortality rates as outlined below and in the valuation report. adopt the employer contribution rate of 31.8% for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023 for the legislators' retirement system, adopt the use of the new demographic and economic assumptions.
On recommendation from the committee, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item 4G, approve the additional one-year contract term extension for the Office of Public Affairs video hardware maintenance contract to fulfill the board's duty to educate and inform CalPERS members and stakeholders.
Okay, so we have public comment on this before we vote. Is that in the audience? Oh, Mr. Darby. I don't have that. What'd you take it for? There you go.
Madam Chair, board members, Al Darby, Vice President of Retired Public Employees Association. In the current proposed budget, RPEA questions the outsized external management budget for private equity. It is 10 times the global equity external management budget. And for external managers, it is almost 400,000, while the global equity budget is 32,000. Other costs associated with private equity, such as carried interest and profit sharing, could push private equity costs, including real estate, to $2 billion. The private equity allocation is only 20% of the global private equity allocation in the total PERF. So the proportion of external manager cost for PE is extremely out of balance for the asset allocation currently assigned to PE. Private equity underperformed global equity in fiscal year 2021. So we question why we would be devoting so much money to private equity external managers in proportion to the other investment allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. So agenda item 4G, on motion by committee. Do I have any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing no opposition, motion carries. Go on.
Agenda item 6A, approve the 2022-23 annual budget in the amount of $2.073 billion and 2,843 positions.
On motion by committee, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Agenda item 6B, approve the proposed elected board member percentages of time to be spent on board-related duties based on board member and committee selections held in February and March 2022.
Thank you. On motion by committee, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Motion carries.
Agenda item 6C, adopt the actuarially determined employer contribution rates and approve the member contribution rates for the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023.
On motion by committee, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Agenda item 6D, approve the employer contribution rate of 23.37% for the schools pool and a member contribution rate of 8% for schools employees subject to the Public Employees Pension Reform Act 2013 PEPRA. Rates are applicable for the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023.
All right, on motion by committee, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Ms. Middleton?
The committee received reports on the following topics: long-term care evaluation report, semi-annual health plan financial report. The chair directed staff to provide an update on the percentage of PEPRA members by plan. At this time, I would like to share a highlight of what to expect at the September Finance and Administration Committee meeting, the annual actuarial valuation terminated agency pool. The next meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for September 20, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. We move on to the Risk and Audit Committee report.
Thank you.
That was today, then. Risk and Audit was yesterday.
The Risk and Audit Committee met on April 18, 2022. The committee received reports on the following topics: Chief Compliance Officer, preliminary plans. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the June Risk and Audit Committee meeting: external audit fees, the 2022-23 plans for enterprise compliance, risk and governance, and Office of Audit Services, the independent auditor's annual plan, the 2022-23 annual compliance report. The next meeting of the Risk and Audit Committee is scheduled for June 14, 2022 in Sacramento, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Next up is performance compensation talent management. And for that, Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee met on April 19, 2022. The committee received reports on the following topics: an educational presentation on compensation trends, a review of the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions, a compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions, a report on fiscal year 2022-23 incentive metrics. The chair directed staff to bring back additional data on recruitment, retention, vacancies, past average base salary increases for covered positions, and related topics for committee consideration. Provide clarity on the composition of the peer comparator group for compensation data, and provide additional comparison data for CalSTRS. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the next Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee meeting. The committee will receive a report on 2022-23 incentive metrics for executive and investment management positions, the 2022-23 incentive plan for the Chief Executive Officer. The board's primary compensation consultant will return with final recommendations on the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions and compensation ranges for statutory positions. The next meeting of the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee will be scheduled for June 14th in Sacramento, California. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Fechner. We don't have an 8F. Moving on to agenda item 9. And that, again, is Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we're going to take item 9A2 separately. It's been a request from a board member. So I move the board adopt the proposed decision to agenda items 9A1 and 9A3 through 6 as the board's own decisions with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda items 9A3, 5, and 6.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Miller. Is there any discussions on the motion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
I move to adopt the proposed decision to agenda item 9A2 as the board's own decisions with a minor modification argued by staff.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Agenda item 9B through 9.3. I move to deny the petitions for reconsideration to agenda items 9B1 through 3.
May I get a second? Seconded by Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
9C.
And we are on 9C.
9C, I move to adopt the full board hearing decision as presented at agenda item 9C in the appeal of Tustin Unified School District as the board's final decision.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Miller. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And, all right, so we are on information agenda items.
9D.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had to take 9B separately.
9D.
9D separately, I thought you said.
No, you got D, E, and F to go still.
Okay, on to 9D. My bad. Go ahead. Did we pull? Go ahead, Mr. Fechner.
I'm up? All right. Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the board. Sabrina Hutchins, CalPERS team member. I'm excited to be here today to discuss our strategic planning efforts with much anticipation of bringing our next strategic plan to life. We consider this the second reading of the 2022 through 2027 strategic plan. As a final review with the board, this is an action item, and we are seeking board approval of the plan. Ideally, the goal is to finalize the plan before the end of the fiscal year when the current plan ends. Next slide. Today, I want to just briefly summarize the overall project plan again and progress to date. In addition, we want to review 2 considerations for strategic measure methodology changes and highlight a couple focus areas of the new plan. Next slide. As we reviewed as part of the first reading with you in February, CalPERS did embark on a thoughtful approach to developing our next strategic plan over 2 years ago. This view outlines our high-level project timeline and the opportunities of engagement with you all as the Board of Administration, as well as our stakeholders. Some of you may recall that we kicked our efforts off back in July of 2020 by sharing this timeline and steps in the planning process. We then facilitated an interactive discussion held in July of 2021 to gather your input on the high-level goals and objectives that we were proposing within the plan. Based on your feedback and overall positive consensus to continue our efforts, we then facilitated additional refinements to the plan by working with our program experts and executive team. And then most recently, we have added our strategic measures to further demonstrate accountability and transparency within the plan. And at the February Board of Administration Committee meeting, we conducted the first reading of the plan, where we did a comprehensive review on each of the strategic goals, strategic objectives, and those measures. Throughout this project, we have engaged with internal and external stakeholders to get to where we are today. And again, our goal is to have the plan ready to implement on time in July of 2022. Having our strategic plan in place is very important to CalPERS as it clearly articulates our strategic priorities and focus areas that keep our team moving forward and delivering on our mission. Next slide. So the CalPERS team did consider many inputs to frame up and build this plan. As always, it's important to take a fresh look at your vision and mission at the beginning of a strategic planning process, and for us, our aspiration and our purpose has not changed. Our vision is that we want to be a respected partner, providing a sustainable retirement system and healthcare program for those who serve California. And our mission is to deliver retirement and healthcare benefits to our members and their beneficiaries. Based on this understanding, we saw our efforts for the strategic plan to be more of a refresh and an expansion of the current plan that we have in place, and we leveraged several components of the current plan to build upon. All of the various inputs that we evaluated brought us to these 5 key focus areas of our strategic plan moving forward that include the member experience, stakeholder engagement, organizational excellence, and exceptional healthcare and pension sustainability. We believe this plan articulates a comprehensive outlook to achieving our mission that demonstrates accountability, engagement, and transparency. Your attachments include the details that we reviewed at the first reading and a more extensive summation of all of the strategic measures. For reference, Attachment 1 is a full summary of the strategic plan that outlines the goals with aligned objectives and measures. Attachment 2 further clarifies each of the strategic measures that will demonstrate our progress and accountability over the life of the plan. And the introduction page with this attachment also outlines any changes that we made since the first reading. So these next two slides are highlighting a couple measures that could potentially have more significant changes based on your direction and feedback today. Next slide. As you look at the layout of this slide, you have your strategic goal on the left, and the top box is our strategic objective that we're focused on. And the summarized content is about our current and potential modified measure related to our overhead operational costs. We're bringing this information forward for you to consider a change to the methodology to align this measure as part of the strategic plan to be consistent with the enterprise operational effectiveness measure that is part of the incentive plans. This was also discussed as part of items at the performance and compensation meeting today. So the direction we're seeking here is, should we keep it as is, or do we want to align with the descriptions and methodology consistent with the incentive metric? One of the significant differences is within the target. Currently, we have a target to reduce 1.5% to 2% annually versus a target of comparing to the baseline year, reducing the percentage of overhead cost out of the total administrative cost. Next slide. So this is another potential measure change related to the CEM cost per member measure. CalPERS participates in this benchmarking survey that compares us to peer retirement systems that focus on comparisons of complexity of our system, service, and cost scores. Overall, our costs have declined from a $285 cost per member in 2014 to a $202 cost per member in our last report from 2021. Primarily, this has been due to major project and IT costs. However, we have continued to be in the red on this target, and although we do want to strive for reaching targets, we also want to have realistic data markers within our measures. As many of the other areas to realize any impact to this particular target are related to areas that are out of our direct control, such as salary structure and benefits. And based on this, we're seeking your direction to change this from a 2% reduction annually to a 5% reduction over the 5-year time horizon of the next plan. With that, I want to move our attention to highlight some of the notable enhancements and differences from our current plan. As you are aware, we have added our new focus on the member experience and the stakeholder engagement goals. And of course, we have our healthcare and pension sustainability goals as core to our existence. Next slide. Here we wanted to highlight the expansion of our sustainable investment objective that reinforces the good work we are already doing in alignment with the ESG strategies. And from the first reading with you, we have brought back additional details around each of these measures, and those details can be found in attachment 2, page 18 through 22. Within this objective, we plan to communicate data around the percent of managers by identifying diverse firms in the portfolio. Our human capital management strategy will utilize advocacy, engagement, integration, and partnership to assess the linkage between human capital practices and financial performance. And we have set targets related to net zero by 2050, focusing on climate solutions and clean energy, as well as influence and engage with legislators and regulators regarding financial market policy in line with our governance and sustainability principles. And the private asset data transparency efforts will focus on the percent of private equity companies that report greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. And finally, we have our objective focused on the new DE&I framework, cultivating diversity, equity, and inclusion through culture, talent, investments, health equity, and supplier diversity. What you will notice here is that these measures are in alignment with many of the strategic goals throughout the plan, as we wanted to ensure connectivity throughout our strategic priorities and highlight our comprehensive reach as it relates to DE&I engagement and strategies. Next slide. So with your approval of this plan, we'll deploy on time in July of this year. We'll be prepared to host a strategy session at the July board meeting if desired within your agenda planning. And we will begin our usual quarterly reporting, which our first report would be due in November. With that, I will open up for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. I do have a question, Sir Ton. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't work. There you go.
I guess, Madam President, I just wanted to note for the record that the Treasurer's Office voted no on item 928 regarding the Serrano case. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any comments on on Sabrina's report or questions? Seeing none, this is an action item. What's the pleasure of the board? It's been moved by Mr. Rubalcaba, seconded by Jose Pacheco. Any discussion on the matter? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify direction on approval, direction for changing in the methodologies for the two measures I mentioned, is that also included in the approval?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 9D, and I think that's Danny. I'm sorry, 9E.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President and board members. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. This is an action item asking the board to adopt an opposed position on Senate Bill 1328, authored by Senator McGuire. I think it's important to start by saying that CalPERS continues to support the people of Ukraine and condemn this unjustified and unprovoked attack by Russia. It's also has been previously reported, I want to say that CalPERS has ceased all transactions in Russian publicly traded equity and has stopped the flow of any new investments in the country. And CalPERS is following all regulatory requirements promulgated by the U.S. Office of Foreign Assets Control and sanctions that have been put in place. And if this legislation focused only on the government of Russia and Russian companies, we would probably be having a different conversation. Unfortunately, the bill goes well beyond the U.S. and European sanctions by mandating that CalPERS, CalSTRS, and the 37 county systems divest from any company with active business operations in Russia or Belarus. Active business operations is defined in the bill as a company engaged in business operations that provide revenue to the government of Russia or the government of Belarus. As noted in the agenda item, we believe this definition captures any company that pays income or excise taxes to Russia or Belarus, employs one or more people in Russia or Belarus, or owns or operates a facility in either country. Based on an initial scan of our global public equity and global fixed income portfolios, we have over 3,000 companies that have derived some revenue from Russia or Belarus as of 12/31/2021. The potential divestment exposure of these 3,000 plus companies is about $185 billion. Further research would be required to identify the exact nature of how the revenue from Russia or Belarus was derived and whether each of these 3,000 plus companies meets the definition of active business operations. This leads to the engagement provisions of the bill with a timeline that we believe is almost impossible, or probably impossible, to adhere to. Within 30 days of the bill being signed into law, the bill requires CalPERS to contract with a research firm, and this research firm, within the same 30 days, must report to the board on companies with business operations in Russia or Belarus. In that same 30 days, CalPERS team members must review publicly available information on companies with business operations in Russia or Belarus, contact other institutional investors with holdings in Russia or Belarus, and send written notices to companies with business operations in Russia or Belarus. The bill specifies CalPERS engagement with companies must include a demand that the company take substantial action within 30 days, which the bill defines as boycotting the countries, curtailing existing businesses, or selling assets in those countries. If this substantial action is not taken within 30 days, CalPERS must make no further investments with that company and must liquidate holdings within 6 months. This notice and engagement process must be repeated every 30 days so that we can monitor to make sure that these companies are making progress on substantial action that they've said they're taking. The bill also imposes reporting requirements each year, with the first report due January 1st, 2023, which could be 3 or 4 months after the bill's enacted. Finally, the bill includes sunset clauses that we are concerned will never occur. The bill would sunset if one of the following 2 events occurs. The U.S. State Department determines that Russia and Belarus have halted their aggression and occupation of Ukraine. It is our understanding that the State Department does not make such determinations. The other sunset clause would be triggered if the U.S. government revokes all sanctions. With sanctions being imposed on numerous individuals, it's likely that many of those individual sanctions will stay in place indefinitely. And so staff is recommending that the board oppose the SB 1328 because it imposes a divestment mandate. The scope of the mandate potentially includes a significant portion of our entire trust fund. The engagement requirements are overly prescriptive with timing requirements that are likely impossible to be met, and the sunset clause in the bill may never be triggered. And with that, it ends my presentation, and happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Before I move on to the other board members with questions, just real quick, so we oppose this, say we oppose this if the vote goes that way. What do you do to engage the legislature or Mr. McGuire on this so that it doesn't pass? It sounds like a very onerous bill, so that if it did pass, we would still have, even if we used our fiduciary duty to say we're not going to divest, we'd still have lots of reporting requirements, correct?
Correct. I mean, I think there's different strategies. Obviously, we would oppose the bill and try to get, the entire bill stopped, but I think if nothing else, we at least try to make it more palatable, and, maybe there are provisions we can live with, and we can maybe eliminate the other ones that are going to be more problematic.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to take an opposed position on Senate Bill SB 1178. Wrong one. That one, too.
1328.
1328.
That one, too. Do I have a second? I second it. Okay. Mr. Pacheco is seconding it, but I did have commentary from Mr. Rubalcaba and now Ms. Ortega. But Mr. Rubalcaba first.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Brown, thank you for your presentation, and it was quite a long, lengthy memo. And in your presentation, you also mentioned, you did state that CalPERS is in compliance with the U.S. Office of Foreign Asset Controls, all the sanctions. Could you outline what are the sanctions that CalPERS that the federal government has asked and the CalPERS is in compliance with? Thank you.
I don't know if I can recall those off the top of my head. I think some of them might have been listed in the agenda item, but I can definitely get a list. We can probably put together a list and get it to the board.
But your statement was we are in compliance.
We're in compliance with all of the sanctions and with whatever OFAC has put out there.
And also, I'm reading articles that everybody wants to do the right thing, of course, but we also have some, what's the term, on the real estate, stranded assets out there also, right? So we're trying to do what we can, even though it does bear a cost on the system, in the immediate term at least. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. I think there's pieces of the bill, or there's investments that our board is trying to possibly liquidate, or the investment staff is trying to liquidate, but they can't. Whereas, this bill would obviously put requirements on us liquidating things that we could. So, U.S. companies that are doing business there.
Ridiculous.
Because the bill goes beyond what's been required by the federal government, is there any attempt, I know you mentioned in response to the discussion, so talking to the author, is there any discussion about perhaps amending it or narrowing it down? Or for example, I'm thinking if there's an option to perhaps oppose unless amended.
We've had discussions with the author's office. We've expressed our concerns. They understand our concerns. We've kind of gotten mixed messages as far as whether or not, how far they're willing to go with amendments. We have another conversation with them on Friday this week. So we're hopeful that they will, address many of these concerns that we've raised. But at this point, they haven't given us any indication that they're ready to take any amendments or have offered up any amendments.
I would, it's unlikely as it sounds, I would like I would encourage you to continue the discussions. My concern is, as we had the discussion about during the Pension and Health Committee about the impact of any rates, or I'm sorry, not pension. Yes, it was, but it was pepper rates. That's what we're talking
Pepper
about.
rates,
Pepper
yeah.
rates. Sorry. It's important that we communicate with our members and our stakeholders, because one thing is perception, one thing is what is the reality. We want people to understand that CalPERS has to balance its fiduciary duty and also its obligation as a good citizen. So just want to make sure that we sort of work on that part also, that whatever action we do take, that is properly communicated. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Go ahead.
I can take that as committee direction. We do have a channel where we can communicate with all 2 million of our members, have a very high open rate, and we can explain the decision around if your decision is to oppose. We can explain our position on divestment and why we really don't think it reaches the outcome that they think it will. But we can put that in play.
I think once you're talking about 100 and, what'd you say, $68 billion?
185.
185, oh my goodness. Yeah, that's half our portfolio. Well, not quite, but.
Yeah, it's 170, yeah.
Yes, all right. I appreciate that, Ms. Frost. Ms. Ortega.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to let you know that I'd be abstaining from both legislative items today.
Thank you. Ms. Paquin?
Thank you. I wanted to compliment you, Danny, on a great memo that you put together. I think it really outlined the position of the fund and the situation that if this bill passed, it would create for us and for our fiduciary duty to the membership. And I think what's most concerning from our perspective is the fact that it's very far-reaching beyond what the U.S. government is actually doing. And I feel very comfortable that we're in full compliance with everything that the U.S. government has mandated, and also the fact that we are trying to unwind certain investments that are frozen right now. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paquin. Mr. Pacheco?
Yes, thank you, Danny, for your presentation and so forth. I just wanted to be clear with respect to this bill. It is inconsistent with our investment policy. Am I correct?
Correct, into the sense that we, prefer engagement over divestment. Absolutely. And we typically oppose divestments. Obviously, engagement is different when you're talking about a company versus a country, but obviously this one goes. There are a number of U.S. companies that are involved in this one.
And would that be appropriate to communicate that to our members so they understand what is our rationale behind all this?
That's what Ms. Frost said.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, you can move on to. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vote on this. We had already taken the motion and the second. So all those we had our discussion. Anybody else for discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. I have one no from Sertan for Fiona Ma's office. Motion carried. And an abstention from Ms. Ortega. Motion carries. All right, moving on to 9F, and then.
Sure.
We don't.
Thank you again. This is an action item asking for the board to adopt an opposed position on Senate Bill 1173, authored by Senator Gonzalez and sponsored by the California Faculty Association and Fossil Free California. This bill was amended after the agenda item was finalized to include an additional annual reporting requirement asking us to opine on how the capital markets can best transition from a dependence on fossil fuels to alternative energy sources, and provides a process to allow pension fund boards to suspend the divestment requirement in the bill when an act of God, war, or other unforeseeable event materially impacts normal market conditions. These amendments do not alter our recommendation or substance of the written agenda item. This bill requires CalPERS and CalSTRS to immediately stop making any additional or new investments in fossil fuel companies and divest from its existing holdings in fossil fuel companies, but by July 1st, 2027. For the purposes of this bill, fossil fuel company is defined as one of the 200 largest publicly traded fossil fuel companies as established by carbon content in the company's proven oil, gas, and coal reserves. Based on the investment team's preliminary analysis, our estimated exposure to fossil fuel companies is $7.4 billion as of 12/31/2021, and it's likely those numbers have gone up since then. If the board chooses to divest the $7.4 billion, the associated transaction costs are estimated to be $75 to $100 million. This bill does not require any type of engagement, but does require annual reporting to the legislature beginning February 1st, 2024. While we appreciate and agree with what the author and sponsors are trying to accomplish, we disagree on the approach. The bill's findings state that the purpose of this bill is to divest from these companies as one part of the state's broader efforts to decarbonize the California economy and transition to clean, pollution-free energy resources. However, there is no evidence that if CalPERS were to sell its stock in these companies to other investors, it would have any impact on efforts to decarbonize California's economy or reduce the volume of greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere. What will change is that CalPERS will no longer be able to directly work with other shareholders to push these companies to invest in sustainable long-term energy technology. We will not have a seat at the table, and our seat will be taken by investors that may not have the same interest in long-term sustainability as CalPERS. Therefore, the recommendation is for the board to oppose this legislation because it imposes a divestment mandate and because it undermines the long-term shareholder work the investment team has been doing to address climate risk and meet our path to net zero. Finally, as mentioned at the beginning, this bill is sponsored by the California Faculty Association and Fossil Free California and supported by a number of environmental organizations, and I'm sure you will hear from many of them today. On the other side, this bill is opposed by CalSTRS and several of our stakeholder groups that represent CalPERS members, such as the Retired Public Employees Association, the California Professional Firefighters, the California Association of Highway Patrolmen, the Peace Officers Research Association of California, and several individual peace officer associations. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Oops. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it. So we have people on the phone. I want to make sure that I cover anybody on the board. Oh, Sarah's in person. I have one person in person. I'm sorry. Anybody from the board want to comment before we go? Okay. You do. Mr. Rublikava, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you again for
Hold on. My cursor only moves so fast. There you go.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Brown. You mentioned CalPERS policy of engagement. Could you expand on what successes we've had or positive efforts have come through this philosophy, and why it makes sense to continue that effort? Thank you.
James Andrus, CalPERS staff. We've had enormous success, primarily through Climate Action 100+. Madison Condon, in her article, Externalities in the Common Owner, highlighted that Climate Action 100+ is the most significant shareholder-led engagement activity that's actually getting something done. So it's getting oil companies to change their behaviors. Very substantially, and what was incredibly noted is the success at Exxon, which was also a group effort in which we participated in by running solicitations to changing their board. But interestingly enough, the most recent success story has been at Shell. Shell has recently provided a 20F, which means their annual financial report, in which they describe what they will do in a net zero scenario. So this can be used as a roadmap for other oil companies and, quite frankly, for other companies. The bottom line becomes, if Shell can provide this type of information with regard to how the company will interact with regard to climate, other companies can do the same. This would not be possible without our engagement and, quite frankly, without our leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I appreciate that report. I hadn't heard that about Shell, so thank you very much. So first in the room for 9F, Sarah Thies, if you want to come on down. You're right at the end, Sarah.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Yes, I'm back. Sarah Thies, CalPERS retiree and member of Fossil Free California. We sent you all a letter via email responding to the claims in the staff memo recommending that you vote to oppose 1173. We just did a bunch of research, and contrary to the memo, there's abundant credible evidence to the following. There are no negative consequences and even increased returns to the portfolio following divestment. There are growing risks from continued investment in the fossil fuel sector. There are positive impacts on emission reductions from divestment actions, and the ineffectiveness of engagement in shifting core carbon extraction business models of fossil fuel companies. And I'm going to speak to that point, engagement. I guess my first question is, where is the evidence that engagement can successfully change an industry's core business model? Because, of course, to reduce emissions, that's what you have to do. And we cite several literature surveys demonstrating that engagement in general has a poor track record of success, and there's no evidence that engagement with fossil fuel companies has led to meaningful pollution reduction. And these are peer-reviewed, meta-analysis studies, et cetera. Even after the move to get the 3 new board members at Exxon, the company moved ahead with opening up new greenfield extreme oil exploration in Guyana. Second, engagement provides no structural incentives for fossil fuel companies to change, and because a smooth energy transition will likely erode the profitability of fossil fuel firms and their ability to expand, we cannot rely on them to finance the energy transition. Third, multiple studies show that engagement with this sector without the threat of divestment does not produce the desired outcome. Despite climate pledges, major asset owners are showing strong support for status quo governance of climate risk across all climate-critical S&P 500 companies in the oil and gas, electric power, and financial services industry. Fourth, a literature survey out of Cambridge University shows that engagement efforts aimed at improved ESG disclosure by the fossil fuel sector do not lead to improved performance. And fifth, engagement, even if it's effective, requires time. The recent IPCC report found that emissions must be cut in half, almost half, in the next 8 years. Finally, because you are a long-term investor, and in light of the terrible impacts the unfolding climate disaster is having and will continue to have on CalPERS board members, beneficiaries, their dependents, and the employers and agencies who will bear a double cost from climate change, we request that you vote to support SB 1173 or minimally postpone until you can look into this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thies. I believe we have 4 people on the phone. Mr. Takehart? And can I request that if these folks are pretty much saying the same thing, they just register their name and we can move on?
Certainly, Madam President. So first off, we have Glenn Fieldman. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my comment. My name is Glenn Fieldman. I'm from Fossil Free California and a CalPERS semi-retiree. I would like to elaborate very briefly on one of the points that my colleague Sarah Thies makes in her letter, and that is that the risk of divestment, or the cost of divestment, rather, from fossil fuel companies to the pension fund will be quite minimal. That's one of the things that we found out as we undertook our research in both academic studies and studies done by investment firms such as BlackRock and Makita. Divestment does involve some transaction costs, but as you yourself just said, preceding in the prelude to discussion of this item, the transaction costs from fossil fuel divestment to this fund are quite minimal. And secondly, one of the things that the academic studies showed is that the risk to the diversity of the investment portfolio from divesting from fossil fuels is very small. So looking at the materials on your own website, fund diversity and transaction costs are 2 of the reasons that you put forward not to divest. Both of those risks appear to be very small and to be very significantly outweighed by higher returns to the fund with a fossil-free portfolio. And that's also demonstrated by academic studies that are abundantly footnoted and cited in the letter that Sarah Teese sent you. So when one looks at the dangers presented to returns from fossil fuels, from the declining cost of renewables and storage, the increasing number of lawsuits against fossil fuel companies, the risks to future returns from fossil fuel investments appear to be multiplying. So please help move our civilization and our planet toward a safer future, and buttress the safety of our pension fund by supporting SB 1173. Thank you very much.
Mr. Takert?
Next up, we have Miriam Eady. Go ahead, Miriam. Miriam, go ahead, please. Okay, Madam President, I'm going to turn her to queue and see if she can, if we can get her back in a second.
Okay.
Next up, we have Leonard Schuyler. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, I'm Leonard Sklar, and thank you for listening to my comment. I'm a retired professor from San Francisco State University in the Earth and Climate Sciences Department, and I'd like to address the question of whether divestment could have a positive outcome. The memo that the staff prepared for the board claims that there are no potential benefits from divestment, but there's abundant evidence to the contrary. The coal industry provides an excellent case in point. Efforts like this divestment bill targeted at coal have had a big impact on the coal industry's ability to raise capital. It's increased their costs and contributed to a major decline in coal production, which is a big benefit for our atmosphere and for our future. And so I ask you to take the time that you need to understand the benefits that divestment would have for not just for the portfolio to avoid the losses that the portfolio has encountered due to investment in fossil fuel over the last 10 years, but so that we can tell our children that we've done everything that we could. And so again, I speak to you as a scientist and also as a parent and as a CalPERS retiree. And thank you for doing the due diligence to understand the facts. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Sklar. Mr. Takert, next.
Next up, we have Sandy Emerson. Go ahead.
Hello, board and staff. This is Sandy Emerson from Fossil Free California, and I wanted to talk about the risk that continuing to hold fossil fuels adds to your portfolio. As you know, reserves globally have already been identified that are 5 times more than can possibly be monetized without pushing the planet over the limit of global warming. It's not a matter of finance, it's a matter of physics. Contrary to the claims made in the memo, business as usual investment in fossil fuels, which will be perpetuated by engagement, adds considerable foreseeable risk to the CalPERS portfolio. Stranded assets all that are already in the portfolio as represented by CalPERS investments would be marketed to a total of $45 billion. When it becomes overly clear that any more fossil fuel use will make life intolerable, these assets will be rapidly devalued. You saw this kind of rapid devaluation with divestment from Russia, and you will see in your own portfolio the implications of continuing to invest in the companies with the largest fossil fuel reserves. SB 1173 asks that you divest from 125 companies that together represent the majority of the reserves that have to be left in the ground according to the carbon budget. So consider this and take care of the portfolio by removing the riskiest investments. Please support SB 1173. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Mr. Takehart, did Miriam come back?
Yes, one more try for Miriam. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Miriam Ide, and before I share my comment, I wanted to highlight that it is rather rude of you to consider our comments redundant or unnecessary to hear. It suggests that you're unwilling or to even listen, even as the audio is playing, and that you really just want to move on with voting. I would really encourage you to consider why is it that you do not want to hear from your constituents or that you seem to be considering us a waste of time. Now I'll move to share about my position on SB 1173. As one of the people who is working closely on the bill every day, I want to share that it is important that you consider divestment from fossil fuels as an important decision, not only for your fiduciary responsibility and the fact that it will create a more secure pension for you, which I have heard many other comments today sharing about, but also because you must take into account the people who are impacted by fossil fuel companies every day, the people who are pension beneficiaries of CalPERS, the people who are residents of the state of California, and the people who might be including yourself who are constantly impacted by fires that are driven by fossil fuels. In particular, I want to highlight an example that's on the other side of the world today. The East African crude oil pipeline is being constructed by the Total Energy Company, one of the companies that you are invested in. And in order to construct the pipeline, they are displacing millions of people, often with violent and even lethal means, in order to be able to construct this pipeline that would bring oil from the Congo across Uganda. I want you to consider whether this is an ethical investment for you, not only because of the environmental concerns that it brings up as they cut down critical rainforests, but also because of the human lives and the disruption of people who have not consented to a pipeline being built through their land. There are many, many examples, not only with Total, but with Exxon, Shell, and many others. Fossil fuel divestment is not purely about the climate. It's also about justice and caring for the lives around us. Please take that into consideration as you are voting today on SB 1173. I strongly encourage a vote in support of SB 1173.
Okay. Thank you.
No further public comments on this item, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Takehart. All right, are there any additional comments from the board? Seeing none, this is an action item. Can I get a motion? Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to oppose Senate Bill 1173.
All right. I have a motion by Mr. Fechner, a second by Ms. Paquin. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. I have one abstention from Ms. Ortega, one no from from Sertan for Fiona Ma. So motion passes. Thank you. And we are moving on to agenda item 10A, state and federal legislative update. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you again, Madam President, board members. This is the state and legislative update. On the state side, the legislature is working in earnest towards their first big deadline of the legislative calendar, which is April 29th, to get bills out of the policy committee, and then they'll have the month of May to move bills through appropriations and through the first house. So over the next 6 weeks, many of the bills we are tracking will face critical tests and deadlines. And so I will just highlight a couple bills this month that have been amended since we sent out our board report. First, SB 1168, authored by Senator Cortese. This is a bill that originally proposed to increase the $500 post-retirement death benefit for local members. So these are the folks that work for the local governments. It would increase each year by the CPI until the benefit reached the average post-retirement death benefit level. This bill was amended yesterday, coming out of the Senate Labor Committee, to instead now have the $500 go up to $2,000 on July 1st, 2023. And that the reason why they chose the $2,000, that's the dollar amount that state and school employees get for a post-retirement death benefit. Also passing the Senate Labor Committee yesterday is SB 1402, authored by Senator Umberg. This bill expands the service credit purchase option for military service prior to membership for state and schools to include merchant marines service. The bill also was recently amended to make service credit purchase option for military service a mandatory benefit for contracting agencies. Currently, only 39 contracting agencies did not contract and provide this service credit purchase amount, so shouldn't be a huge impact to them. And again, that bill passed out on consent yesterday.
Okay.
Moving to the federal update, on the federal side, we continue to focus on responding to proposed rules issued by the SEC. Most recently, we submitted a comment letter to the SEC in support of the proposed rule to modernize and improve public companies' disclosure of stock buybacks. You'll find that letter posted on our website. We are also in the process of working with the Investment Office on comments to improve company disclosures around climate risk, cybersecurity, private markets, and SPACs. And then I'll end there and answer any questions anybody might have about state or federal legislation.
I'm not seeing any questions right now. I appreciate your report, Danny. Always very informative. I'm just giving anybody a chance. All right. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Frost, I think we had
one. Yeah, I noted one, and that's the member communication explaining our policies around engagement over divestment. And I think we'll use, as Mr. Rubalcava had indicated, the memo that from the agenda item explained this pretty well, so we would send that as an attachment.
That's good. Perfect. Thank you. We now have 10C, which is public comment, and I believe Mr. Johnson is on the phone.
Yes, Madam President. Neil Johnson, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Two things. I want to congratulate Mr. Rubalcava on his reappointment. I enjoyed working with Ramon while I was still a state employee. I'm now retired. The other is going to the Compensation Talent Management Committee. I want to thank Ms. Middleton, Ms. Taylor, and particularly Ms. Ortega about their concerns that one, PERS is, while it's a big investment firm, it probably compares in many respects to other ones, but it's also part of the state government. And so one of the problems that you've always had with the 20,098 positions is they are a unique carve-out out of the civil service system. And trying to create a compensation for something that generally isn't done in state government, although, investment officers are used at PERS, TERS, and a few other agencies. Actuaries are PERS, TERS, and a few other agencies. These are unique positions, but how do you blend this with the rest of the civil service? And I really think you have to think about how that really works. And that's my comment. And probably as a longtime bargaining member with SEIU 1000, my members will probably puke over my congratulating Ms. Ortega, but or thanking her for her work. But you got to really consider how the system works as a whole. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate your comments. That is it for us. So right now, we're going to recess and go into closed session for items 1 through 3 from the closed session agenda, and this will include the following litigation matter: Wedding et al. Versus CalPERS. We will also receive the General Counsel's update on pending litigation, and right after the closed session, the board will reconvene in the open session. So thank you very much, everybody. See you in June.
We open the doors.
Is he outside?
Lorraine, I think Neil missed you.
I know.
That was funny.
He was always a hoot.
There he is. Did you change your flight? Open session? Oh, you're not on yet? It's hard to tell. You used to be able to see a light. We're on? Okay. That's okay. Welcome back to open session. I just want to let everybody know this adjourns this month's Board of Administration and committee meetings. Thank you for joining us, and I don't believe we meet each other again until June, correct? All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon and flights